Bonsoir à tous et à toutes, en direct de la boule avec John. Il est 23 h et la session de nuit commence. Nous la poursuivrons jusqu'à 7 h du matin. Au programme pour cette session de nuit, de nombreuses rediffusions. À venir très prochainement, le 4e classement provisoire des équipes, qui sera le dernier pour cette nuit. Il faudra attendre demain matin pour le prochain. Un rappel des règles et de comment bouger une molécule. Et différents entretiens avec les équipes et globalement des rediffusions de toutes les vidéos explicatives qu'il y a eu hier.
Good evening everyone again. Welcome back to the Boule, Louise and myself once again. So we're starting the night session now, and the program for the night consists of first another intermediate report on the trajectories of the different teams. Then various repeat broadcasts in the course of the night and interviews that Louise will be doing with the different teams again, and a few broadcasts of the rules of the race and various other aspects of the science and technology. So I think that's all we have to say.
Tout à fait.
So enjoy the night, those of you who are watching. I think we have friends watching in Japan as well, so I hope that will be interesting to you. So, thank you very much. See you later.
Que la session de nuit commence.
So I have my pointer here, which is normally circulating, but you don't see it. So I will follow the rule step by step. It will be faster. First of all, all the teams will be running on this type of surfaces, which is a gold surface. Donc toutes les équipes vont travailler sur ce genre de surface. Cette surface va être introduite dans un microscope à effet tunnel. So it's an electron microscope. They have 8 machines like that over the world. If you zoom in inside, si vous regardez à l'intérieur, vous avez ici en fait le petit microscope, qui est la tête du microscope, qui est à l'intérieur de ce petit cryostat pour le refroidir. On vous l'écrira entièrement si vous êtes à l'antenne, on vous l'écrira entièrement pendant toute cette période-là. Ensuite, si vous regardez en détail l'intérieur, vous regardez que vous avez la petite pastille d'or, the small gold sample which is there. And if you zoom in again, juste un artistic view, vous avez la petite pointe du microscope ici, que vous voyez, je ne sais pas où il est passé, la petite pointe du microscope, qui va aboutir sur cette petite surface d'or que l'on va balayer. Voilà. Donc, pour faire ceci, pour faire une image de microscope à effet tunnel, dont le fonctionnement vous sera expliqué dans la journée en direct, you have normally to plug directly the wire here, you see the wiring, to the surface and to make a tuning current. The very important part of the competition is that you have 8 microscopes over the world that you see here, and all those 8 microscopes are wired to the ball you see behind, which is the unique place in the world, and they are all connected to their molecule directly from Toulouse. And this is, for example, one example for 2 teams, Japan and Ohio, qui en fait contrôlent leur machine directement. Maintenant, sur cette pastille d'or, pour vous expliquer les règles de la course, nous allons faire une image assez large. On voit toutes les marches en surface de l'or. Si vous faites un petit zoom ici, vous avez les petites circulations d'or. Je vais essayer de vous le montrer directement ici avec le pointeur. Si le pointeur veut bien se montrer, if the pointer wants to show up, the pointer is not showing up at all. So what I will do, if I move, thank you, John, you are really good for me. No pointer at all. Ah, on le voit. Mais moi, je ne le vois pas. We don't see it. Okay, I will do something else for the pointer if I can. I will do this point here. I'm sure now you see it. And so you have the pointer here, and this will be the track for each team. I will show you in a minute what they have to do along the track. They will put a molecule and circulate around here. For those which are interested, et pour ceux qui sont intéressés par les atomes, si vous faites un petit zoom sur cette surface-là, on va rezoomer ici, vous allez voir tous les atomes apparaître. Voilà. Donc on est vraiment à l'échelle atomique, et chaque équipe, each team, will have his own track, and they have to select the best track for their run. I select 4 teams here, but you can have 5, 6, or whatever. You have 8 teams altogether. And so now for the rule of the race, is quite very easy. If you are here, you decide a pass, you select one track. So vous choisissez un parcours, vous partez ici, vous allez amener une molécule, et après on commence à compter, we're going to count the number of straight lines et le nombre en fait ici de virages que vous allez faire. Alors bien sûr, là j'ai fait un petit exemple avec 2 virages et une arrivée, mais ça peut aller, s'ils vont très vite, ils peuvent en faire 5, 6, 10, on comptera le meilleur. Après, ben, on voit directement le timing. Si par exemple à 11h10, la molécule est ici, ben, ils vont avancer petit à petit, hein, pof, petit à petit, pof, pof, pof. Et on va voir s'ils vont aussi vite que je vais, vite. I'm going to see, we are going to see all together if they go very fast or not, reaching here the rule. And after, we will have the ranking at the end of the race, presented like that. And the ranking, like this one here, that you see here, will be presented to you, intermediate, about 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 11, and so on and so forth. So this will be all the ranking will be now going on. And
Oui, rebonjour à tous. Welcome everybody again. I hope you enjoy the driving among the teams and you get some nice image. And I would just try to explain to you very shortly, at least for some of the molecule, how a molecule can be driven. Donc je vais commencer pour revenir à ma fameuse surface ici qu'on a vue tout à l'heure. Une surface d'or pure, 8 mm. Et bien sûr, cette surface est mise dans un microscope à effet tunnel, je le rappelle ici. Vous avez ici le microscope est en fait au centre de ce système à très basse température. Il sera expliqué à différents moments dans la journée. Vous avez l'heure, les heures, ou dans la nuit, les heures pour comprendre comment fonctionne. Pardon ? Okay. I stop? Okay.
Just a quick summary of what Christian was saying. He's presenting the track, as it were, which is that piece of gold, and a picture of the microscope.
Okay, so I go on the explanation now. Thanks, John and Louise, for for this introduction. And so this is a microscope where almost all microscopes again are almost like that. A special one, you have the microscope itself here, and if you go inside, you recover again the little gold stuff, the little tip here, the needle, which is going to approach to make the image. This is a configuration of the microscope here. Of course, the tip here is a bit artistique, la pointe est artistique au niveau de la représentation avec le petit atome au bout. Et bien sûr, on connecte en fait pour avoir un petit courant entre la pointe et la surface. Et j'ai choisi un exemple pour montrer comment ça avance. J'ai choisi un exemple qui est l'exemple de la course de 2017, qui était la molécule de l'équipe japonaise. Alors on en met quelques-unes sur les surfaces. Vous aurez expliqué comment on amène ces molécules sur la surface dans ces sections-là avec l'heure. John, if you want to...
Just explaining, so the tip is a kind of, that big grey block that comes down is an artistic impression, but essentially they create a current between the tip, which is you can see the line showing the current, and the gold surface.
Ok, so we go on, on continue. Donc à partir de ce moment-là, la pointe a balayé, on l'a vu, et on va faire des images. Voilà, comme vous avez vu, des images, on fait des images typiques ici, et on a pas mal de molécules, a lot of molecules everywhere, and you have one molecule which is this one here. We are going to drive a bit this molecule. Et je vais vous montrer comment on peut contrôler cette molécule. Donc je reprends l'image ici. D'abord, je la reconnais. Pour la reconnaître, je vais faire une image, comme vous avez vu sur les écrans plusieurs fois. On va en faire un zoom. Voilà. Et cette molécule-là, John, you want to...
Yes, just to say, so to drive the molecule, you have to find the molecule. That's the first spot. So you have to pick it out of the bunch, as it were. And then he's done a zoom on there's a zoom on the right, which once you've got close into the molecule, that's roughly what it looks like, with the two bright, as it were, circles at the side and the darker body between it.
Et on sait par des calculs que le squelette de la molécule est exactement ici. l'image est un peu plus grande que le squelette même de la molécule.
So you can see from the image that the skeleton of the molecule, which is marked out in the sketched molecule in the middle, is a bit smaller than the impression you get from the zoom.
Et après ça, on peut extraire un modèle en 3 dimensions.
And from this, you can extract a model in 3 dimensions, like a nice green object.
Et on peut dézoomer un petit peu pour voir ce qu'il y a autour, parce qu'elle n'est pas toute seule. Comme vous avez vu sur beaucoup d'images tout à l'heure, il y a beaucoup de molécules partout. Donc j'ai pris cet exemple-là, il peut y en avoir comme ça partout.
And then you can pull back like this, because as we could see from the initial image, there's one molecule amongst many. So when you zoom out again, you can see the landscape around it of other molecules.
Et maintenant, nous allons amener la pointe. Youp.
So you bring down the tip like that.
And now you pulse, and you see the molecule moving step by step. In this case, you know, the molecule was just... et c'est juste les petites ailes qui faisaient avancer les molécules en battant.
So in this case, you can see it's just the little wings that move the molecule forward, but it's sending a pulse from the tip.
On peut recommencer une nouvelle fois si on veut. Hein, on se le refait. Oui, on se le refait. Allez, on se le refait. Si elle veut partir en arrière, elle ne veut plus partir en arrière. Bon, on va revenir en arrière ici. Plac.
Just going to go through
Voilà.
the explanation again.
On approche la pointe et les petites impulsions de courant injectent de l'énergie dans la molécule qui bat des ailes et avance.
So the pulses of energy from the tip move the wings of the molecule and it advances.
Alors ça, bien sûr, c'est un modèle. Maintenant, si on passe aux images réelles, comme vous avez vu, on peut enregistrer image par image et vous verrez à 13h20 ce qui se passe. Et voilà une trajectoire complète enregistrée si elle veut démarrer. Elle ne veut peut-être pas vouloir démarrer, donc je vais enlever le petit pointeur. Et là, normalement, la molécule va démarrer. Touc, 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 touc.
So this is a real image as opposed to the previous one, which is a model of the molecule moving as the pulses are received from the tip.
Donc je le refais, on peut lancer, et la molécule, on l'a déplacée. Alors ça prend à peu près, par image reconstituée, puisqu'on a vu 3 images avec mouvement, ça prend 1 heure à peu près pour chaque image.
So reconstructed images, and each image, the gap between images is roughly an hour.
Et donc vous avez donc normalement compris, vous pouvez donc maintenant vous amuser à contrôler vous-même et à conduire votre molécule, si vous voulez bien sûr, si vous avez un microscope. Et Louise est très contente de pouvoir bientôt conduire sa molécule.
So Christian is saying, this is a free translation. If you want to go on Amazon and get yourself a microscope, then you can drive your own molecule. You know what to do. It's fairly simple, as you can see, and it's offered Louise the possibility of that for a Christmas present.
Tu es d'accord,
Yeah.
Louise?
Ah oui, je rêve de devenir une pilote, là. Je suis convaincue.
Elle a vraiment envie de conduire.
You make the movie?
Yeah.
That's fine, right?
Do you have the one? Oh, okay.
And what is a movie format? MP4?
You've already on the Tencent before.
Yes, we
So you
stopped.
just copy paste it to PowerPoint.
Yeah, automated, right?
Because if after a point we lose this and then there's always a risk it's going here and there. I think now because the thing is now that we're being very careful since we know that this is probably the only molecule we have now. So we don't want to take too many risks. Exactly.
Okay. Now,
Yeah,
I
but then we
think
have to
we
leave it,
should explore in this side.
Because if we do that then I will go back
No?
to the
No?
something.
Right?
Try to
Senate? This side.
No, but let's hope this is here.
Let's give it a try. I think this side.
Then we just put this value because these
Right.
sides at the beginning and end the same molecule.
Ideally in a region that's not too packed with crap.
But that's like the last case scenario.
And I will change this to
sometimes it comes back. See it going further, I will stop.
Okay. Still copying. Really? 22 or 3 or 4. It can be 24. No, 23 or 3, 24. Of course, 1 6. 1 6.
I will keep this video.
1 7.
Scroll down and see that it's still downloading.
Ok, non, hay que mirar el día.
For about the first 8 hours, maybe 9 hours.
Okay, I'll just do this one and I'll give it.
Need to run. You can use the. It's done. Here, by transfer.
No, nada, es que estaba mirando si Elena había guardado algo.
It's just us, is it? Okay, you can.
Probably get another few done, and we also have the. So we have the. Sorry, we totally got. So we're all having to check. Yeah, just give us 5 minutes and I need to get this powered up again.
Tired.
I'm struggling to function now. Where's my laptop? Can I steal the power? Yeah, you've got enough charge. I'm just going to crawl.
C'est un choix délibéré pour justement savoir
pas le choix délibéré.
Et ouais, ça. Mais 7 heures, c'est vrai. Oh là là.
I thought all the time and not so much. Like last winter in Germany, I felt very. I mean, it's something small. Where is it now? Somewhere here. No, I would rather go back. If it's still moving a bit at this point, I will try to stabilize it with a shutdown. No?
That one, isn't it? Yeah.
Here?
Gilbert et son chien.
So I will try to pass here.
Ah, pour de vrai?
C'est chiant, hein. Et pas souvent mes vacances.
Ouais, ça va. On a un certain nombre de
Okay. Microphone.
So, for the teams, nous avons, vous avez derrière moi les 8 équipes. We have behind us 8 teams. I just recall you where we are. I put the pointer, which is maybe better. This pointer is good. So I just recall to you that one team is coming from Ohio. I will present you in detail. One team is coming from Japan, and they are all wired to Toulouse. And you have all the teams, toutes les équipes ici, européennes, qui ont peut-être plus de facilité pour se connecter. Pour vous donner un exemple, avant de rentrer dans la description de chacune des équipes, pour vous donner un exemple, quand l'équipe qui est ici, du Japon, va donner un ordre, la molécule qui attend l'ordre au Japon, elle va attendre 0,8 secondes pour recevoir l'ordre. La magie du digital fait qu'on n'a pas besoin de tirer un vrai fil de Toulouse jusqu'au Japon. On passe par le réseau Internet qui est digitalisé, mais ça coûte 0,8 secondes. C'est beaucoup plus court pour l'Ohio, et on a un petit délai, mais très court, et c'est pratiquement instantané pour toutes les équipes européennes. Les 6 équipes européennes, on n'a aucun délai en fait entre l'ordre et la réception de l'ordre. Pour vous rappeler une comparaison, si vous voulez contrôler un rover sur Mars, dans le meilleur des cas, ça prendra 3 minutes. Là, on a 0,8 secondes de décalage. Donc, les équipes sont les suivantes. D'abord, l'équipe Rise Graz, si on peut les voir à l'écran, où on va voir à l'écran, c'est la première équipe engagée. Il y a 2 représentants il y a des chimistes, James Tour et Alexis, et il y a 3 physiciens.
Yes, it was moving, but then I passed it, so it stabilized a bit, and then it followed. It did for a while.
Do whatever it takes.
Voilà, on est à nouveau pas du tout dans la bonne orientation. Paramètre à peu près droite et puis reparti. Bon, on se refait une étape en bas.
But it's hard to reduce like the calories.
When you find your way. So you're going to show this, right? Yeah.
¿Queréis pararla?
Es que arriba no puede estar, porque aquí está la terraza. Por ahí.
Donc là, non, ça se passe très bien.
Et puis là, ça marche bien.
Ça se passe super bien. Léo.
I don't like this area.
You know what?
I don't like this area.
Yeah, let's turn left.
How far away are we from the piece of crap that we have to turn around? Not far. 2 more turns and we're... No, it's not sticky spider. Sticky spider. Sticky spider.
You don't need to cut. You can direct the space like that. You don't need to cut like this, the whole thing. Make it a JPEG. So that will always the size of the same size. Yeah, like this, right? Like this. They will see all equals. Is that the dimensions correct?
On y va, bonsoir, nous sommes toujours là, j'espère que vous êtes toujours là.
So, good evening, everybody. We're back again. I hope you're all still glued to your screens. We're coming up now with the 4th trajectories of the day.
Ce qui devient plus compliqué.
And it's getting more complicated by the minute. And we have Grant from the Graz team.
Welcome, Grant, again.
Thank you.
So we are used to all the tools, so we go start. And, 7 to 9, fantastic. So go ahead, you comment.
So I think I need to speak into the microphone. I think last time we left off on my first trajectory, and it broke at the end. So this is now the second molecule, and we send this on its way around the track. You can play, it's fine.
Okay, I can play. Okay, good.
So much the same story. We get it onto a track and then start moving it around corners. This molecule was actually moving very fast. So you can see this example here. Maybe you can skip back there, Christian.
I can go back?
Yeah, this individual bit more. Yeah, here.
Okay, good.
This from here, we done many individual voltage pulses,
yes.
And they were almost all successful, and they reached there very quickly. Okay. And this is representative of this run for this molecule. So it was moving very fast. You can continue the video.
Okay. Okay.
Then it went around the corner. We again cross over one of the ridges to get onto a new track, and then continue backwards in order to avoid a defect. But here, I think maybe this is the case. This is the correct. This molecule also unfortunately came to terrible end. Yeah, we got the molecule picked up on the tip. Very unlucky. This molecule didn't go as far as the first molecule.
Either you are tired or the molecule is tired.
All the molecules must be tired because this was a new molecule.
Why this guy is not going?
Let's press play.
I press, but I try to recover the start. Ah, okay, the starting is good. So I want to see. Je veux voir en fait la fin. Il veut pas. Pourquoi Ah non, c'est là. Je veux voir la fin. When you crash again. Whoops, tops, and finished.
Yeah. I think there was a surface defect here, and it just got stuck there. We actually tried at this point, because we were sitting there for a long time, to push the molecule off this defect, but this ended up in picking the molecule up, unfortunately.
Okay. So, you try another one.
Third molecule, yeah.
Yes, okay, good. Remember that la règle, c'est en fait qu'on prendra la meilleure trajectoire avec une seule molécule.
Yeah, the first molecule for us is the record holder.
Exactly, fantastic.
So Christian is explaining the rule is that however many molecules you run, the best of your molecules will be taken for the final rankings.
Okay. Grant,
like the long jump at the athletics. Yeah.
Bon courage. He's starting tired. Thank you.
Good luck.
Bon, nous continuons.
So on to the next. Team 2.
La numéro 2, Team 2. Team 2.
Team 2, so
we are waiting for Louise.
it's the Madrid team, which
So we are waiting. On attend l'équipe de Madrid.
it's on its way.
He's on his way. Madrid is on his way.
So Louise and David are just coming now.
Okay, good. A new what is this? Now? Okay. Okay. You are still here. Good.
Yeah, sure.
Bonsoir. So voilà. Tu prends le. Voilà, on y va.
So we'll start the show.
Okay.
À toi. Go ahead.
Okay, so very interesting news. We had a crash, so somehow we needed to take again another molecule. Yes, so this was a molecule located here, and then we simply started again from the very beginning to move it. So it has gone very smoothly. All the way now you will see, all the way out through this FCC, till we see somewhere. Okay, here comes the molecule, so it's easy to recognize. Also, we have the zoom out just to...
Yes, to show.
So it goes up and up. Everything going fine. Now you will see it coming here. Until here, no further obstacles. And now you will see how we are overtaking this guy.
Okay.
It was through here.
Yes.
Okay, this is white field.
To change. Okay. Where you are?
So essentially, let me see. So it's here coming again.
Here.
Now we have here one block, so we overtake. We could take also, but it was not that molecule. So this one.
And so you
now
continue.
we have it here. So it's going.
You avoid. Oh, fantastic! Tu as contourné.
Yeah. So it's going all the way. So
Yeah.
over here, so it's really following all the way. And this is the broken one, the broken NanoCar. So we thought it would be funny to overtake the broken car, and we did.
Okay.
So that's why we are overtaking.
Okay.
We said bye-bye to the old car.
Yes. Okay.
We move on and on. So essentially, we have done the same trajectory as before, but in the
I see you
the white field.
Because I see where you are.
Yeah. So the white field again. Now coming over here. All the way up. Somehow now we come over here. So it was nice because it was clean.
Yes.
And at one point we will turn back.
Okay.
Just crossing the FCC, so all the way up. Here you see. And now over here we are going to...
Yes, you are going to...
Okay, let's see. That way.
Okay,
that way.
good.
Now we take again. It's here. And now we start to maneuver. This is very risky, as I told you before.
Yes,
making a U-turn. That was the editorial doing that. The editors doing that. Okay, then we will back, no, the
White
white
field
field,
again.
yeah, because we were turning.
Yes, yes, yes.
So it's going here. So it's very easy to track the molecule
Yeah,
with,
to
with
track,
the, with
yes,
the
yes,
big image returning back through this FCC. So we were going this way
Yes,
and then
yes, so
coming
you
back
come
through
back
the
here.
other. This is risky because this is the
Yes,
HCP,
yes, yes,
so it
yes,
can be risky, but
yes,
it
yes.
was going fine. So here you have the molecules.
Yes.
And then we have to overtake this guy again.
Yes.
This is riskier because of this. That's why we
Yes,
go
yes,
through
yes.
this region and all the way up, down. Sorry. More. Yeah, it's going so smoothly that somehow it's this way. If you don't have any obstacle.
Yes, yeah, you go
you
fast. Your
yeah.
surface is, la surface est très bien préparée, donc ils n'ont pas d'obstacle.
Yeah, yeah.
Et ils avancent très
So
vite.
the white field.
Okay.
And now what happened is that we had a crash of the electronics.
Aïe, 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 aïe,
But
aïe.
we were, how to say, fortunate enough to recover.
Ah,
so
okay.
we recover with any tip
And you
crash.
don't lose no crash,
No,
nothing.
not the position.
And
We
you don't
recover the
even the position. Ah, okay.
And the tip.
Ah.
And since our engineer, scientific engineer, developed a way to, how to say, turn it back remotely.
Yes, yes.
We didn't need to wake up
to
the
wake up,
our
okay.
PhD student, Kalian.
Donc ils ont
So
un
we
crash
could it
électronique, mais
remotely.
ils ont réussi à remettre en marche sans perdre la molécule.
D'accord. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, David.
Merci beaucoup.
And go ahead. Voilà, donc nous allons passer à la prochaine équipe. Et en même temps, bien sûr, on vient de m'amener en même temps le new ranking, mais on ne le connaît pas.
The new official ranking.
On le connaît
So
pas.
it's team number 3 now, l'équipe numéro 3.
Mais en attendant, on va juste faire un petit truc. On va charger, comme tout à l'heure, le classement.
Okay,
Comme ça, il
so
sera prêt.
Christian, we're going to load the rankings now while we're waiting for team number 3.
Number 3 at 9 p.m. Good, we have it. So this is good for Xavier. Et on bénéficie du break pour charger aussi une nouvelle trajectoire qui nous vient de Toulouse.
And we're now loading another trajectory that comes from the Toulouse NARA team.
Ouais. Payback, où elle est c'est celui-là. Je ne sais pas lequel c'est. Attends, on va descendre. On va descendre pour voir. Où ils m'ont mis. C'est peut-être ça. À l'aide. Je la vois pas. C'est ça alors. Trajectoire 4. Ouais, c'est celle-là. Oui, on prend celle-là. Ok. Oups. Voilà. Voilà. On enlève celle-là. Et on met celle-là. Voilà, parce qu'elle est nouvelle. Et celle-là. Donc on est là. Donc on va passer à Dresde.
Dresden is here.
Dresden
in
is
the
there.
form of Francesca.
Francesca. Donc c'est bon, nous continuons avec Francesca. Francesca.
There's a microphone down there, in fact.
The stuff you see here, I'm never good with the stuff, but here we have the large image, and you can see now that molecule. This is the one we,
Yes, okay,
it's a series of trials. So here we don't have really a trajectory, just a bit now. Yes, in the last part a bit. But as I told you, we lost our our molecule remained blocked on a defect, and we know where it is, the first one. But then we thought also we can change, so we changed to another one, and it went to the tip, and when the 2, 3 went going to the tip, and then we now have cleaned the tip, and we are continuing. But here there is just a few good movement. You see from here. A bit of Jar is already jumping here and then it's gone, or there is another one here. This one was okay. I think this one was okay up to a certain point, but was also disappeared. So this is not a good continuum.
But you are
but you can see,
Okay.
But now we have one that is okay. And in principle, we still have the first one blocked. That we can also eventually try to, if we lose this one, we can try to make it free. Yeah, because we didn't try very hard.
Okay.
So these are the
So
two,
you're on
the two
your
possibilities.
4th molecule at the moment, is that right?
I think 4th or 5th. I'm not really sure how many we
Donc on
So
était
we
à
had
la
a certain
molécule
point.
4 ou 5.
When one molecule is going to the tip, you have a very high probability the second one is doing the same. And then they like each other on the tip. So, but now it's good. Okay,
Francesca,
good.
thank you.
Thank you. And
bon courage. Ok, donc nous avançons bien. John, c'est bon?
I think so. Donc là, Francesca dit que ils sont à la 4e ou 5e molécule, mais un problème, les molécules qui s'attachent à la pointe. Mais actuellement, ils sont bien partis avec la molécule actuelle.
Hop, Saint-Sébastien.
So now it's Team 4, San Sebastián and Santiago de la Compostela. C'est l'équipe numéro 4 de Saint-Sébastien et Santiago de Compostela. We're just waiting. They're on the move, we think, with Louise.
He's putting his driver cap.
Il met sa casquette de chauffeur.
Ok. Jeune homme, bonjour, tu connais l'exercice?
You know what to do?
Bonsoir.
Donc c'est prêt, c'est là.
C'était le même.
Ah non, je sais
non,
pas.
Non.
Ah non, j'ai pris ce qu'on m'a donné.
Ok. Ça, c'était la première molécule, oui. Et puis, c'était la première molécule.
Ah, il y a eu une erreur sur le tracker. Donc, s'il y a une erreur sur les trackers, ce qu'on va faire, là c'est la première fois. Ce qu'on va faire, tu peux aller voir au bureau des trajectoires, et on va passer à la suivante et on reviendra.
Go to the office of the trajectories desk and the problem with the tracker. So,
For the first time.
c'est la première fois qu'on a ce problème.
Et on peut demander à HP de venir.
So while we're waiting for a corrected tracker, Louise is going on to the Strasbourg team, and will be coming here in a minute.
Nous allons passer à l'équipe numéro 5, il y a un problème sur l'équipe numéro 4.
So there's a problem with team number 4. We're going to go to team number 5 now, from Strasbourg. Looking slightly fatigued, I would say.
A little fatigue from the Strasbourg team, but maybe not on the screen. So remember the first one, and you continue, I suppose.
So what we've done at the beginning, we clearly saw that we had some difficulties to move the molecule to the turn, and now after a while we were able to find a good way to.
Apparently, so I rewind.
Yeah.
Rewind a bit.
Yeah, we found a good way. We found a good way to make it move and to control the distance. Yeah.
Quelque part, si je me souviens bien, on s'est arrêté là, à peu près.
Ouais.
Donc on continue à partir de là.
Donc là, that's where we left off last time, and it's moving well.
Donc en fait, on a eu peur au moment que la molécule soit aille sur la pointe. Donc en fait, on a eu de la chance parce qu'on a pu la récupérer. Et ensuite, on est reparti donc sur notre chemin pour
We were slightly worried that the molecule might have got stuck on the tip, but in fact they were able to recover it.
Et maintenant, donc on voit qu'on arrive à contrôler notre chemin. Donc on est assez content. On fait pas mal de tours et de tournants. Voilà. Donc petit à petit, en fait, je dirais, on avance lentement, mais sûrement.
They're progressing slowly but surely, and they've got good control of their molecule for the moment, so they're quite happy about that. And
yeah,
Okay,
I guess,
good.
yeah, well.
Oh, je le refais celui-là parce que celui-là est très très beau, il me plaît. C'est pas parce que c'est HP, mais.
Mr. Director likes this trajectory, so we're going to see it again.
That's the colors we choose, actually. We chose, yeah.
C'est la couleur.
So yeah, we can make it move nicely on the surface. Yeah.
And you know what? You turn around.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thank you very much.
C'était très bon. Et donc nous allons voir si on peut maintenant avoir enfin HP, c'était très bon. On va passer à celle de Saint-Sébastien si on a réglé le problème. Pas encore. Attends. On va passer pas à Saint-Sébastien encore, on a encore le problème de retrouver la vraie trajectoire. Donc on va passer à l'équipe de Toulouse en attendant Ohio et on vous expliquera ce qu'on va faire pour l'équipe de Tsukuba. On va passer à l'équipe 8, ouais, en attendant de retourner à l'équipe Saint-Sébastien. Toulouse-Nara, oui. Ouais. On mettra celle-là. Puis après on verra. Ils sont en train de... Ah, Claire. Très heureux. Ah, super. Bonjour. Presque
Hello
bonjour.
again.
Hi again.
It's almost tomorrow.
Yes, almost.
So, tu connais l'exercice?
Oui, maintenant, oui.
Tu as ton... Hop, on y va.
So here we go.
On recommence du début, je suppose, apparemment. Hein? Non?
Oui, alors là, c'est la 5e molécule. La 4e, on l'a perdue. Donc là, c'est notre 5e molécule.
So we lost the 4th molecule. This is the 5th molecule they're on now.
Et donc, cette 5e molécule, on a réussi à la faire avancer en ligne droite dans un sillon qui est complètement en ligne droite. Pardon.
On le voit, oui. On le voit ici. Oui.
Voilà. Et donc, on a, sur ces images-là, on a avancé de 25 nanomètres.
Wow.
So they managed to make it move forward 25 nanometers along a single groove.
Et normalement, on est arrivé à un croisement. Alors, on ne doit pas le voir sur on ne doit pas le voir sur le montage de la trajectoire, mais on est arrivé à un croisement où il a fallu prendre une décision.
Voilà,
ça y est.
Oh là.
Voilà.
Et donc, on est arrivé à un croisement et donc on s'est préparé à prendre à droite. Donc, notre premier virage de la compétition.
Attention.
Et voilà, ça s'arrête là. Suspense.
Suspense, ça
On
sera
a passé le
2 ou
virage.
3 heures du matin.
Exactement.
Vous passerez là. Ah, moi je me le refais aussi. Allez, on se le refait.
Ah, on se le refait.
On se le refait. Allez, on se le refait.
Do it again. But we'll have to wait till tomorrow. We're left in suspense. What's going to happen? Is it going to survive?
Surprise.
Surprise.
Voilà, donc là, la très grande ligne droite.
A very long straight line.
Et on avance petit à petit. On voit qu'on contrôle bien cette fois-ci. Hein.
Well under control.
C'est plus puissant. On avance beaucoup plus vite que tout à l'heure. Donc ça, c'est bien. On contrôle mieux.
The progress is much faster than it was before, which is great.
Et on arrive au croisement, normalement.
Il y avait du monde au croisement.
Now there's a crossroads, and that's
voilà, ça y est.
Difficult point. And we won't know till tomorrow what happens.
Voilà, donc là, on a choisi ce côté-là pour avoir une longue piste ensuite.
Et non, ça a marché.
Et on a réussi à tourner facilement. Et donc, il y a un autre virage qui nous attend. Je n'en dis pas plus.
Coming up to another turn, having successfully negotiated that one. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Bon courage.
Merci.
Bon courage. Bon, donc on a maintenant... Allez, on continue. Allez. Et on va maintenant remettre la trajectoire de Saint-Sébastien. Oui, la bonne.
So now we're going back to Saint-Sébastien because we think we have a better recording, as it were.
We put this one out because nous l'avons déjà celle-là. Voilà. Et elle est où? Ah, la clé elle est où? Ah, elle est là. On va chercher. Donc, je suppose que c'est...
Tu as eu le classement?
Oui, c'est bon. Alors, this is the new one. Saint-Sébastien is strong because it's 23. C'est le classement numéro 20. Alors, c'est à 23h01. C'est bon, c'est ça? Ça me paraît un peu tôt. Donc, c'est pas la bonne chose. Il faut faire attention. On va aller chercher ici. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Ah, voilà. Tu me tiens. Je vais essayer de retrouver.
He's just looking for the most recent trajectory.
Yes, Antoine. Parce que c'est la PAC, c'est bien ça. C'est celui-là. 5K, c'est toi? Non, c'est seconde. Non, ça marche pas non plus. Qu'est-ce que c'est que cette histoire? Et donc on a toujours un problème de trajectoire. Ah non, trajectoire 4 peut-être. Et toi, c'est la date 23h01, c'est ça?
2301, is that the correct one? Okay.
On va regarder.
We'll give it a try.
Avant de lancer, on va regarder.
Not quite sure if it's the right one yet.
Si, c'est bon. C'est bon.
It's a good one. It's the right one.
C'est la good one. Ok. On va la ranger avec ses petites sœurs. Voilà, elle est là. Donc je vais juste l'appeler comme il faut, s'il veut bien. Team
Changing
4,
the name so we know what it is.
C'est en direct, Team 4. Et maintenant,
on est là.
On y est là. Tu prends ça, et on y va. Vas-y. Ah oui. Là on voit.
So now we can see what we're doing. It's great.
Yeah, you can point. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Okay.
Là, voilà notre molécule.
It's a very beautiful molecule.
Yes. No, it's moving. Elle a presque bougé. on va repartir. Vas-y.
Ici, on voit bien qu'on arrive à faire bouger la molécule.
D'accord.
Du coup, ça nous fait avancer un peu.
D'accord.
Mais ici, on a un petit problème. Je pense qu'on a un petit
défaut.
Sur la surface.
Je vais revenir sur le défaut.
Let's go back to the defect.
Il trouve le même problème que tout le monde a en passant un défaut. Il va être bloqué ici, il va falloir qu'il fasse le tour.
So it's found the same problem. It's bumped into a defect in the track and it's going to have to jump around it.
En fait, c'est pas évident parce que en regardant une image comme ça, on peut pas distinguer où sont les défauts. Si on regarde bien, là, peut-être il y en a aussi, mais c'est pas très évident.
D'accord. So it's hard on an image like this to tell if there's a defect there and where it is precisely, and there may be one in the next track as well if you try and jump around it. So.
Pour éviter les défauts, il faut bien distinguer avant.
Yes.
Okay.
Donc, voilà. Je pense
Tout va bien.
Things are going okay? So-so.
Du coup, on a dû trouver une autre molécule parce que
vous avez aussi changé de molécule,
oui,
d'accord.
Si on reste ici, sans avancer...
Oui, tout à fait.
So if we're stuck here, we'll have to find another molecule. So, yeah.
Okay. Merci.
Thank you very much.
Bon
Good
courage.
Luck. Good luck for the next stage.
Next stage, yes. Oui. Comment ça s'appelle? Pardon, nous allons commencer à faire la 7...
So
non, la
6,
pardon, la
Team
6.
6, which is
La 6.
Ohio.
Ohio. Pour la première fois, nous avons l'Ohio.
So we have a trajectory for Ohio for the first time.
Toc. Alors, on va enlever ça. On m'a dit quoi? Tout vient de là. Il va arriver. On va arriver. Quel est le nom du Movie 1? Ah, ici, voilà, d'accord, c'est bon. Donc nous chargerons pour la première fois, je suis très ému.
Christian is very moved because it's the first time we're seeing an image from the Ohio team.
For Team 6, I put Team 6. But since you are fresh in the exercise, on va vous expliquer comment on fait. On va vous donner un pointeur qui est un pointeur virtuel. Il faut cadrer dessus. Et après ça, je vais lancer l'animation et je vais le lancer du premier coup. Tu peux m'arrêter quand tu veux, je l'arrête. Et tu nous expliques où est la molécule. Voilà. Okay, take care because it's starting. Si. So now we go back.
On fait marche arrière pour reprendre.
On va
commencer.
doucement maintenant. Voilà.
This one?
No, you just push here and on the screen. It's a virtual one. Yes, okay. So I follow you and I move.
Je vous suis et je bouge.
Hey, guy, come on. It's not moving.
And here.
Okay.
So this passes through
Yes.
these two atoms.
Okay. And after, I suppose you move a bit.
Passer entre les deux atomes.
Yes. So this is coming.
Okay. You just do that and you stop here.
Yeah. Right. That's about.
Which is fantastic.
It's 8.
You're entering. You're 7 nanometer, but you put it on the ranking normally 7.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So you're entering in the ranking.
Ça fait 7 nanomètres, ça rentre dans le classement.
Ça rentre dans le classement.
Congratulations.
Félicitations.
With a new track.
So, on voit, c'est très bien que tout le monde maintenant rentre progressivement dans le classement. Nous avons juste un problème que nous allons discuter maintenant.
Okay, we can see that
le classement.
everybody's now in the
Not
ranking.
you.
We just have one little problem we're going to talk about now.
Yes, okay. Merci. Ben, l'équipe 7, on ne l'a pas et on a un problème, donc on va expliquer ce qu'on va faire maintenant par rapport de l'équipe 7.
We don't have anything for team 7 for the moment. There's a bit of a problem which we're going to explain now.
Et donc nous allons présenter le classement. On va lancer le classement si cet ordinateur veut bien nous donner une main.
So we're going to
voilà, c'est bon.
present the new positions, the new rankings.
Hop, ici. Et on va le mettre à l'écran. Nous allons découvrir avec vous parce qu'en fait on n'a pas vu non plus.
So we haven't seen the rankings yet ourselves, so this is an exciting moment for us as well.
Ah oui, the ranking is becoming a bit more complicated.
Un peu plus compliqué.
Un peu plus compliqué.
Le
On va
maintenant.
expliquer ce qu'on a fait, puisque maintenant il y a des changements de molécules. Nous avons ici le classement de la dernière fois, avec effectivement toutes les trajectoires. Et nous avons la deuxième série de trajectoires avec des nouvelles molécules. Et bien sûr, à la fin, nous retiendrons que la meilleure.
So what we have here is on the left-hand column, the distance, the first round of trajectories, and now on the right, in the orange text, the new molecules, and at the end for the ranking, we'll take the best of the molecule runs.
Ok, so en fait, le classement ici, on le voit bien, on a mis maintenant rentré ici la meilleure partout. On voit la meilleure des distances.
So on the left, we can see the best distances for all the teams.
Et puis ça, c'est on a conservé la mémoire de ce qui se passe en ce moment pour chacune des équipes.
And there on the right, it's to memorize what's happening at the moment for each team.
Ce qui est très intéressant, on voit, c'est qu'on a des équipes qui étaient assez bas dans le classement, comme Strasbourg, qui sont remontées très haut dans le classement.
As we can see, there are certain teams that were started off right at the bottom of the table who've moved up through the table to quite high positions, like Strasbourg is one example, which has gone from 5th, is it, to
Yes,
2nd?
oui.
Yeah, yes.
Et on voit aussi que Graz a beaucoup de problèmes, et qui sont des problèmes puisqu'ils ont craché 2 molécules, comme nous l'avons expliqué. Et donc c'est pour ça que les 100 nanomètres ici de la deuxième posent un problème, puisqu'ils sont repartis encore une fois.
So Graz has crashed 2 molecules, and we see although they're reading 100 nanometers for the second run, they're actually on a third molecule now.
Oui. Alors maintenant, nous avons vu aussi que tout le monde est rentré dans le classement. Saint-Sébastien, Ohio, ils ont commencé. Donc évidemment, ils sont très loin par rapport aux autres, mais ils ont commencé à concourir.
So we can see that everybody, even Ohio and San Sebastian, have moved into the rankings, even though they're quite a way behind the leaders at the moment, but they're on their way.
Et maintenant, la difficulté, à chaque fois qu'on organise une course, on a toujours une difficulté, c'est qu'on n'a toujours pas de trajectoire officielle détaillée de Tsukuba. Donc, ce qu'on a décidé de faire, c'est de les sortir du classement et d'attendre. On a mis 400 nanomètres et on attend d'avoir une trajectoire.
So for the moment, we have a slight problem with Tsukuba, though we've taken them out of the rankings. We have a provisional reading of 400 nanometers, but we're waiting to see their trajectory before we include that directly in the rankings.
Et nous verrons si on peut l'avoir. Ça fait 3 fois qu'on demande.
It's the third time we've asked, 3 times we've asked for the trajectories, so we'll see if we get them in the next.
When we see during the night, durant la nuit, on va voir s'ils arrivent à faire quelque chose dans la nuit. Donc on peut être assez content parce que par rapport à la première course, on voit que maintenant tout le monde, à part bien sûr ce problème-là, tout le monde commence à concourir et il va y avoir des batailles sévères pour 1, 2 et 3.
So what's good to see compared with the 2017 race is that all the teams except for the slight issue with Tsukuba are now in the rankings. They've managed to achieve some distance and there's quite a tight race, particularly at the moment for second and third place.
Et donc j'espère quand même que par exemple ici, ceux qui sont repartis, par exemple celle-là à 421, qui est la première, on peut commencer à parier qu'ils vont battre ce côté-là. Et donc, ils vont commencer à aller plus vite. Strasbourg, on va voir comment ça se passe. Et je pense que, on peut faire un pari. Il est l'heure du pari.
It's time to bet.
OK. How much?
I'm putting my shirt on. I'm putting my shirt on Madrid.
Madrid. Ah, ok.
It's a very nice shirt. Though,
Yeah, you put your
bit
shirt.
warm.
Donc, tu paries. Donc, John parie sa chemise sur Madrid. Et moi, alors, je vais être un peu chauvin, je vais parier ma chemise sur Strasbourg.
Okay, fair
Mais
enough.
comme j'ai pas de chemise,
I'm going to be the loser on this.
Yes, you lose.
So what Christian was also saying, there's a good chance that Madrid will, with their second molecule, will move ahead of their first molecule run of 428. We'll have to see what happens with Graf-Hutzen.
Oui, voilà. Et donc maintenant, on va faire une petite pause. On va vous laisser la nuit avec des animatrices comme Louise qui va tranquillement se promener. Et je ferai juste une petite adresse spéciale pour les Japonais à 1h du matin puisqu'il sera 9h au Japon.
Okay, so now we're going to leave, take a bit of a rest ourselves. We're going to leave you in the very capable hands of Louise, who will be doing the night watch and will be talking to the teams in the course of the night. And Christian will do a special short speech for the Japanese watchers, audience, who will be coming. That'll be about 1 o'clock in the morning, our time, and that'll be 9 a.m. in
Tsukuba or in Japan.
Yeah.
Et bien sûr, ça sera un peu délicat parce que pour l'instant, on a s'adresser à nos amis japonais au moment où on les a sortis du classement. C'était pas prévu, mais c'est ce qui arrive.
It's slightly uncomfortable because, of course, he'll be talking to the Japanese audience at the moment when Tsukuba has been, we hope, temporarily taken out of the rankings until we resolve the problem of the images.
Et voilà, donc, et on vous souhaite une bonne nuit si vous allez dormir. Et si vous vous réveillez, profitez-en bien. Je vous retrouve dans 1 heure. Voilà.
So a good night to all those of you who are going to take a bit of rest. Good night for those of you who are going to be sitting in front of your computers still working away. And Christian will be back to talking at 1 o'clock, yes, in about just briefly in about an hour's time. Okay, and we'll talk about the Tsukuba, yeah.
See you soon.
Good night.
Okay, do you think this one is a half liter?
Probably a CB6.
No, because it's 124 and this is 256. Because sometimes these things don't work well, but that could be something.
The thing is, we have no idea why the other one disappeared, so that's a bit scary.
Yeah.
Which place should I use this one?
Move down because
I cannot stop in this time.
Maybe it's possible to attach. I don't know how it will measure them.
Oh, from where? It's a huge move, right?
Oh, we don't
It's
lose
the it's the other one.
It's the other
Yeah.
one. We don't lose it because he show up.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no idea why, by the way.
Even this one is started moving. I will just leave it.
Do you understand why?
Yeah. The guy is just because of the reaction. It's staying wandering around.
Oh, and then it
just got still.
Okay. So we did what? 10 nanometers, easy.
Now I need to restart this guy a little up.
To get again, yeah.
No, maybe you don't have to start from scratch.
I mean, the quality is shit.
Perfect.
This is just, I haven't pushed it. I'm not waiting.
Okay.
I'm just
Oh, okay.
positioning.
Yes, yes, yes. All right.
See, Dresden is 20 something.
Then
I will
this,
lose
right?
lost as well. Yeah.
No. This
Okay,
will be
straight up.
Maybe it's
Ça ne fait pas pivoter dans le bon sens. Si je le fais là, elle va pas pivoter dans le bon sens. Tu vois, là, elle est en train de marcher arrière sur le défaut. On va voir qu'il y a un gros défaut juste à côté. Gros défaut.
No, it doesn't want to go. I will have to try again because I don't see the jumping signal. No, it moves up.
It went up.
No, it
Nice.
goes.
By the way,
At
for this
least 1 nanometer.
Now you're on the highway.
I'm on the highway. I'm on interstate highway. Oh no, it's a German highway.
It's a German highway.
It's better. No speed
Yeah, just
limit.
wake up to see the results. Well, I think everyone is surprised with the result, including us.
All right, let's move.
On la redresse pas par l'effet marche arrière.
Or like past midnight.
Très inquiet là. Très inquiet.
Okay.
Let's see if it's back.
No.
Yeah, I mean, this is really
Well, we'll see. I mean, it might stabilize again, right?
it was before the big adventure.
Ah, c'est cool.
Ne donne pas à boire. Ça va pas bien.
So, I will bring it down.
Well, I mean, if it drifts this way, it's fine. I mean, we're not gonna.
No, I will have to put it back into the
Okay.
track.
Or pick this track here, depending on where it's.
No, it's stuck there.
It's here. Not bad. It's fine. So you're gonna do what? You're gonna bring it. It's chloride. It's stuck on the chloride. Yeah. So you're gonna do what? Like bring it back here?
Yeah, what I'm thinking. Because we should stay in this track.
I don't think so, it's just they need to process what we've what we've given it to them. So I'll ask them in a bit because we only gave it to them.
Okay. I will try to go a bit
We're easily at 15 now.
Okay.
So I need to copy. But let me first this. Okay, is to try to move back to this track.
So just in case it's there, I will go slow with this image.
And all I need to do is pick this one. Oh, you know, Eric, there is a one. That's why. That's why he was just deflected.
Yeah, but that's fine. I mean, it doesn't seem to care now. It goes.
It seems like it goes. Let's see now. You see, we don't notice this, but they see. This is not hole. This is a bump. Because it doesn't give electronic charge density. Here is a black. So for a molecule, this is not. He's having still a little struggling. And start again.
Try some midnight.
Just when where are you going to wake
just kind of not very stable. Stop. Move this one up.
Will it be like, what did just happen?
Oh, we have something
bad,
up
huh?
there. Hmm? This track has something.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
Should we turn or we
maybe
just keep going here?
Maybe it's a good idea. I will store it now. It looks like he's jumping here.
Okay. Oh, is that it? Really?
Yeah, this is the guy, our guy.
okay.
On the right track in FCC, but we need now to jump to the HCP
And then do this, right?
No, we just go along this up. Let me see how far. Let me now take the complete so that we have quite a lot of credit.
Easily at 15.
Yes. But I'm going a bit slow because sometimes.
You know, you make me think. My family will be super happy.
So muted. Now I need to move this one. Actually.
No, but no worries, you know, they've done already 500 nanometers, something like that.
How?
Yes.
These guys are. These things are funny. Meantime, I can already start the file transfer. In order to start the file transfer, the last one is tell me the number. 17, 10, 12.
Come on, even if we end up somewhere, I don't know, fifth again. It was even nice to feel, you know. Yeah. Yeah, come on.
17, 10, 12, the last one. Starting from here
Try to bring
till here. Let's do the transfer.
I can try one or two possibilities. Maybe 10 for a minute.
Is it planning to transfer? Is that transferring? Okay. Now, you see, I need to move this one to the next.
On prend la trace de nos petites frayeurs quand on était juste à côté du bord.
Oui, là on s'est calmé.
Mais c'est pas visiblement non. Olivier Gère.
At some point on the thing. Yes.
Non mais c'est juste
un effet du contraste.
No, but
Non, c'est tu peux mieux voir la direction.
Yes.
En fait, en jouant sur le contraste ici, on va avoir vraiment le contraste maximum sur la stage. Bon, on fait la grande zone?
Yes.
Hop là, c'est bien là.
Keep moving.
So deflect. We started from here.
Yeah. Then we're at 20.
This is new and you have to redraw. That's why I let's see. That's why
You cannot get the 7 and 6.
No. We have to restart from zero. Still downloading. Or done.
We are safe.
Let's see. 18. Up to 18, right? Okay.
Atypique.
I have a 100 by 100 nanometer Oh man, it's lost again or what?
It's here.
Oh,
No,
you are going
here,
too
it's here,
far.
It's here. Yeah,
You're going too far.
That's fine. I mean, it's not that bad, right?
Yeah, but okay.
You're
Maybe I can put it here, or maybe I will
just go down, right?
No, maybe jump back, go down. No,
Yeah, because
I will go up.
we did this, right? So what about we do this?
I want to get higher. More.
Oh really?
Yeah. I don't know what are.
Yeah, let's say what you have here, right? It might be completely free.
It also has one oxygen here as well. I mean, we started it from here, somewhere here, and here. I still want to go up. Maybe I'll do it here and move up here. Yeah, do it here. I will just put it like this. May jump.
So you've got this one here that might mess things up, right?
This will mess up here or here. I think this should be okay.
Is that the edge? You cannot go any further.
I will see the images. I need to. That's why I want to. Oh, so he's still rolling. The geometry is there. Let's see. Oh, it started from here. I think, or maybe further down. Let's see.
Started around here.
Yeah. So this is the larger area, right? So this guy has to move this, otherwise, or here, this is small. This and this are this and this. So this is the free pass. Go up.
Okay.
I need to put this guy here.
And you still have
so I'm going to hit from here to go here, right? So after the manipulation, hit from this side. Go up. It moves. Something happened. Start. Yeah, 1001. Yeah, 100 nanometer, 100 nanometer. Is that one? And there is a 300 by 300 proper 300 nanometer one as well. 30 nanometer, 300 by 300 angstrom. See where he is now. No, I kick from here. So,
pop up now.
If make a progress, it should appear now.
Yeah, and it does.
But no, again, it gets stuck here. Okay. There's something there also. All right.
Thank you.
Stop.
Thank you.
Manipulation. Kick from here. Yes. Even this guy wants to move. We will see. This guy is there always. I should go down a little bit. It takes so much time to get. Oh, here. Okay. Oh, come on. It just wants to move. Again.
You want to go on the other track, or you want to try to go?
No, I want
You
to
really want to cross, right?
Yeah, but this one is free. This side is not.
There should be an image view. There should be an image. I made an image.
I like it to be here.
I think now the track is give only at the final if we succeed. We can plan it on, again the guy is drifting down, we can plan it on with the 30 nanometer with 30 nanometer, 300 angstrom. Yeah, this is like it's too big, yeah. Okay, now the guy is with the chlorine. I hate it, but he's just falling in love.
Okay, that's fine.
He always visit the women. So all the prostitutes, he would just stop here and there. What can I say?
There are two. This one or this one?
Let's see this one. Just take it.
But we don't stop.
I mean, check both.
That's why
Just wait a minute. I think this one. Not this one. This one.
This is 100.
It's gone back, yeah.
100.
This is
I think that's the one. Hey, what is that? Oh, this is the
Chloride?
chlorine, yeah.
Incorporated into CV?
Looks like
really strange.
It looks like no, I'm not sure, but it looks like incorporated.
Yeah, it's probably gonna escape.
Yeah, I guess so. I would just try to that's the big one, but it's the one that we need. I think that's a 1000.
And 2050 and 2047. 2047.
100 nanometer. Yeah, 1000 angstrom. I'm talking about. Yeah, that's the one
I think it's
for the track. You see, not the other ones. That's the one. And then this is the one. We will measure the track. I need that one to check. Hey, where is he? Where are you? It moves up?
It moves up, yeah.
Also
Question is,
take
I'm
away.
wondering if it takes away chloride.
Yeah, it takes away chlorine.
Okay.
It takes chlorine
Why not?
together with that.
No problem. I won't complain.
I'm going to complain. Moves up. Okay, so now I need to move this guy.
I will try like this.
Keeps going up. Now where is chloride? Is it still on it? Or not?
I'm not sure anymore. Maybe give it to the guy.
I don't know. It's out.
Oh, here. It's out. It's out. It just spits
So
out.
it spits it out. Yeah.
He doesn't like it.
It stays on it and then boom. So you're gonna you still want to change track, I guess, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Come on. Around. It's fine. I need to know the. Can you show me the 300 one? 30. Next one, this one. That's where we need to look. Okay. Load it. Enlarge this. Enlarge this. Yes, let me see. So we are. If I put it here, might off. No, yeah, this one is now here, right? Right. Yeah. Right. Look, Eric. This one was already here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's original,
Yeah.
not spit out.
Yeah, but it's funny because first it looks like it got incorporated into CB, and then kicked it out.
No, it's not kicked out. It's just remaining the same.
Okay.
This one is just running over
it.
top of this, and it just come up.
Okay, that's fine.
I think it is on this track. I think this track.
We need to check what's next, right?
Yeah, but I think I could go along this.
You want to move the?
Because this one is now becoming difficult to move.
Yeah,
now I can ramp up. I can check simply by just by moving. Oh, what is that? You can look it from here as well. Right? We are here. We are here, right? So these big guys are there. The other side is more free. But I think he may not incorporate. They just go like that. But then it will end up with this one again to fight. If we can put here, then this is just go all the way free up to here and just try to. Well, I could still try to. But I think this maybe easier to go along this. Yes.
But we need to go to an FCC.
We are jumping because of this. We are allowed to do that.
Yeah.
So let's move this guy. Here.
Okay, how much are we made here? 25, 30?
He has to measure the path. No, you don't measure the straight line. You measure the path. It's not the plane. It's car. The plane goes straight like that. The car is like that. So you have to stack the images.
Yeah,
to stack combine. This is important to claim and correct way. Otherwise, we are losing points. So what you need to do is not from one. You need to stack the images to make the movie for the second one. And then after putting the movie, you make from the frame different distances you measure. Yeah, point to point. Okay. I think this is pretty tough. I will try to move this, see whether I can still do that.
So you're still trying to go up, right? Or you
No,
want to cross?
I'm trying to cross, but this is much easier than I think this.
Yeah.
Okay. That previous one was good. This is too white. You don't see the features. Yeah, that's better. You can see the molecule as well as the track clearly. Hey, where are you? No, he's already in the
Par là, on est passé avant.
C'est pas une très bonne idée. Just push it up and see what happens. See whether I can go through this. Yeah. So he doesn't want to go there. He just keeps staying.
Try to go into the.
Yeah, I would just try.
board.
Sure, he will combine with this. You think you might?
I don't know.
We'll see.
So far, we seem to be pretty lucky with this one.
This one, or I don't know, maybe even the one down. You will see, if you stack the images, you need to stack the other images.
Right, take another So, molecule is there, but you still at here an area where we image the atom. Shall I make another image of that? Do we need this image or not?
It is the same, just keep moving.
Okay.
Maybe this guy.
So like that.
I would even maybe avoid this.
Yeah, would I start from the bottom?
Getting the camera treatment.
Look, the guy just keep going up.
Let's keep it
trying to avoid passing by this one.
Keep going.
Because we will pass exactly on our angle. For the trajectory, we look. Yeah, but think about this guy. Can't we pass there and go back here?
I think I'm just going to
Why would the other one not be? You asked why. So we have the atoms again, huh? So we recover the atom. It's something that falls from the cube.
I stay in the same place.
You want to move the frame a bit?
Yeah.
So we can see what that kind of mess we have.
Okay, I will leave it to you. We don't move much.
I'm always trying to keep.
So we are
just want to go there. And it's very much attractive.
I mean, this is.
Some of them are not useful. So you don't need to stack all the images as a sequence. It is not. Some are. You first put it all the images and then we will select. Because some of them has a molecules destroyed and the sequence is useless. Okay, please just keep moving up. Here.
Et là, on a même pas tourné, bah là, on le voit. On avait un obstacle en fait juste à côté de nous.
So that's actually fine, right? If we can just go like this.
Well, that's what I'm expecting, but whether it will do or it will just go and join, I don't know. Well, maybe it will go like.
I don't think we have any choice now. That's where it wants to
doesn't want to go. We just being attracted by this mass. I don't know.
Or can we go? Yeah. No.
I'm always trying to push orthogonal directions, right?
Mais de manière étonnante, la première, alors qu'elle avait un peu moins de puissance.
You see,
it's fine. It's just going around. It's all good. It's actually nice. Okay, so now what do you do?
I will kick.
This or you kick it here.
No. I will kick from here.
Okay.
To get.
You don't want to do this?
No, it will not go there.
Okay.
I will just try it and see. I do that, I'm not sure. I don't think this will combine with it.
No,
It doesn't
otherwise
want
it
to
would have done
combine.
it before, so
Yeah.
I think it's fine. Yeah.
Queremos apadrinar también. Tienen muchos apadrinados ya.
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
It's like 1 nanometer.
Really does not want to stick with that thing. It's perfect.
Maybe even going to stay with the chlorine.
Possibly.
To visit to the chlorine.
That one will count as a nice turn, right?
Yeah,
Because it's
sure.
this.
Yeah. This is the last kick. Yeah, somewhere here. Yeah. It's just going. Oh, no, stop. Okay, because
Yeah, but it's drifting away. It's attracted by chlorine.
Because of attracted by chlorine.
It's fine. You just stick to it. And it's probably going to squeeze it out the other side.
What is written in one version of the book is making a turn towards this. You're pulling.
If things are right, it should be here. It's moving like 1 nanometer.
It's a useful screenshot.
Yeah, yeah, you see?
Yeah, it's attracted by chlorine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Now the next step is to just go around.
Mm-hmm. And it probably rotate
Now I
around.
took like this and I think I will scan because it's already here. Yeah. Yeah, I will move the item and rescan it. Yeah, it's somewhere here.
I will let it go down all the way.
Yeah, it looks good.
Seems to look good. I will let it go down all the way.
So then, like I said, sometimes the blue changes.
So the size of it.
Yeah, the shape blue as well.
Oh yeah, no, I wanted to change this. But I think it's not too.
Over here.
I mean, if they edit the movie, they can change the whole contrast of the whole movie.
This one was a bit slowly and
Come on. Oh, I don't know what it is. Oh, it's going backward.
Oh, it's going back?
A little bit.
Okay, that's good.
But it's still fine. I will have to kick from there. But from here in the end.
yeah. What have we had? Also with this, you reduce the distance, you make resolution.
It's next to that.
So it was here, and we moved the other side. Yes, we were pulsing here. So this one, these two, and then we will just step. But let's just confirm once again. So this was the one, go down. This was the one. Yeah.
It's fine.
But now I need to recover the tips. Yeah. But I can already go down.
Is it okay? You rescanned now because it was not for something from 35 or whatever. The next.
Okay, so it should.
No, that's a single.
Did you go all the way back here?
I don't think so. You have to backtrack from the last to forward. For the first ones are fine, but the others are not. Just go down, and the last what you have, from there you backtrack. But you will not finish. Just spending time for the files which are not useful. I'm trying.
That would count as a way back. It's fine.
I don't know what is here. We just look at that. It's just crazy. No, it's here.
Anywhere here would be fine. Even if it's not here. Okay. Good. I have to complete this image and then we can proceed with that.
No, yo haría toda esta serie de posiciones porque es bonito de ver el salto del circuito y haría todo lo que pasó antes.
Here is sticking this.
Yeah, that's probably not
Other night.
Yeah.
She turned back from here last time.
The back side, then I need to look at it again. Could you show the big one? Not the first one. First one we don't use. No, 101. But this one. Let's see. So we are struggling here, right? Back also has. Oh no, Eric is not here. Back also doesn't have a path. No, it doesn't have. It's here. There's one crawling atom. Let's get started. I need the only way to put it here. Try to go through it again.
This guy is a lucky one.
That's why I just heard budget. I thought we wanted some money for a cooking.
Visuel avec une série de 4 images. On n'a pas le temps de tout. Non, mais c'est vrai. Non, on a réussi notre objectif. On n'aurait pas 50 caméras comme ça, parce que c'est pas possible.
So basically these ones moving.
No, those things you don't need to show. You just step it. Yeah.
You can jump from here.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
Okay.
L'âge de chacun. Ah non, ça je ne connais pas. Oui, c'est ça. Je ne connais pas, moi. Donc là, ça sent le kit.
No, that's done. Just I need to do some more display how many times we've gone round, because they thought we'd only gone round once.
Bon, ça y est, je me suis fait tomber.
Yeah, because I just put the what one.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
So we need to maybe show the circuit.
Yeah, I'm going to collect the time series and go to the
Ça,
circuit
c'est
one.
pas s'il y avait des choses d'aujourd'hui, mais c'est pas encore passé.
Circuit two. That's what I mean, yeah, so I can just find the time. Because I recorded the 11th year. between 11 and now he's done another. I don't know where he is anymore.
Le mec, le chargeur, c'est moi qui l'ai amené, je l'ai amené. Il était sympa, il devait
because they recorded an update to Cypher and we moved so we've got from there down there and now
Probably thought that in something on
not even coming
7 hours of Japan stuff shows us at the time.
Because look, I mean, it also this kind of
But they told us that it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah. Like we had once here. Yes. But you don't see a shadow of this, you just see...
Because the grayscale. It's always the car where it wasn't. So it's not the car overtaking the car. It's just
Yeah. No, I
because I said the one that I've done, the car is in the
Can I look at it again, please, at 100 nanometer?
Instead of having a cracking surface, we use it, take time to clean all this. And after. Donc annonce that to but they go fast also sur grass is down.
Just keep thinking about the victory parade.
Ça me revient. Tu vois, pas méchamment, mais ça se
Let me confirm.
Sur la ils ont fait 500 et quelques mètres. Ils disaient rien, non mais toi ils disaient rien. Et là ils disaient
This one is stuck. No, I was looking at it. I think this is the one that I'm picking up is the right thing. There's something is coming out.
Something like this.
Or just assume that maybe that's the one.
So here we see both the kings. I think go a bit lower. I think.
And just a last question about the pulse technique compared to the normal image setup. When you pulse, what is the voltage pulse you are using? Just to know about.
Or maybe
Scanning 20 millivoltage.
You scan at 20 millivolts?
Yeah, and the pulse, they put the pulse 250 millivolts.
Ah, just that's all?
No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like this.
Because we need to
And you put the tip in the front or whatever, depending on...
whatever.
Whatever? No.
But if we set it to the fluorine, we
yes,
can get the defluorination.
Okay. So you put, for example, the tip, I don't know, somewhere here, and you pulse and shock. Okay.
But now we don't have any fluorine.
Ah, shoot. Shoot.
Now we have a very small car.
But you know, the only thing you can do is, if the molecule is stuck, you can decide yourself to take another one.
No, I want to go back to zero.
You know, okay. But they have done that once.
Oh, really?
Yes, they've done to zero to beat their first record.
Okay. I'm not so young, you know.
See, this one is already here. This one is here too.
sure it's not the image that image should be
Same thing again. There's a defect here.
Well, you have to help me find out from the sequence going backward, right? So that will tell us how things are moving.
This is like constant pulse. Yeah. This is now I think the third time doing the microscope. And I think I will clear all the points.
Comme je vais décaler, j'ai oublié de faire start à mon avis.
Yeah, I'm just kind of a little bit lost here. Oh, I need to check. Which one I'm getting it?
You lose it or?
I'm not sure. I think I have it.
It's got to be in there, right?
What is that image number 60?
Because this guy wasn't there and it appears at some level. So because I'm getting lost in somewhere there here and there because they were similar.
This is saying 61. Is that the image?
It's not here.
No. These were already from there. There's a one here that's coming down. I need to look at
No, because here when it's here it gets stuck, so we
But
need
there's
to free it like
something
this and
down
then go sideways. So
No, this is not from here. This are from here. Yeah, this is not this range. This is different. This up, no. No, this is in a right side.
Yeah, and then we pulse.
So you lost this molecule, that's what you're saying? So this is being like continuous movement.
It's going to be there.
No, I think this is not the one. You go up to look at the 30, 300. Yeah.
There's not much
Ticket.
but around 100, so it's not.
No. This one is not that one.
This one goes something around there.
Right.
This big image. It was around here. So it's around here. And it looked different.
But
and then you are moving this. You still have this molecule.
彼らがまたゼロからスタートするので、
So it's on this one?
Yeah. 2位、3位の人が追い抜く。
ちょっと遅くなっちゃったけど。
もう一からやりたくないんで、それで最後逃げ切ります。
慣れてからのスピードってのはそんな変わってないですか？
いや、めっちゃ遅いですよ。
どんどん遅くなってるってわけじゃ
ではないですね。そういうのがそうです。
if we cross this one, then with needles. Actually, it would be difficult to do the bias spectroscopy because it's
We need to prepare another sequence. Going every hour.
I think it's less often than that, right?
Sorry, what you tell me is 510, right?
540.
540, no, just 540, okay.
That was at 11 p.m. To match with the previous. exactly 1 minute. It will be 9 o'clock. It's already 9 o'clock in Japan. So we will make a special address specific for Japan. And I will give the new ranking. And also that up to now, Japan is first.
Ouais, bah, j'ai regardé ça.
Because we
I need a wing one.
We continue tomorrow morning. We see where you are. And what is this? So the one before it comes from. Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's the name is automatic. The names are generated by the program with the timestamp. Maybe we can replace it.
La manip que j'avais fait avec Seb là sur l'isolant épais.
Ah ouais.
Tellement dedans que je connais aucune note. À la fin, Seb, mêlé entre les images et les spectros, Seb il me regarde et il me dit mais tu travailles, t'es pas pris de notes. Je lui dis non, tu vas voir. J'ai pris tous les dossiers. Et en fait, tout était classé par ordre. J'ai repris tous les spectros. On a vu pendant 3 jours en train de gratter. Et au 4e jour, j'arrive au niveau, il y a bon bureau. Il me regarder tout ce que j'avais fait. Ah ouais, quand même. Je comprends maintenant. Et ben ouais, quand t'es dans les manifs, t'as pas tout le temps envie de noter, t'es pas tout le temps, quand t'as l'occasion de le faire.
Do you want to move another one?
Yeah.
Really?
Pas de soucis. Oui. On va dire ça. Je sais pas d'où ça leur vient cette idée de libellule.
It's weird, isn't it? Because of the way it's all intersected. It's
good, I think. Anyway.
Done.
Bonne nuit.
Don't say the name.
No, I'm not, because I was just thinking.
What's the number?
Where are you now? You need to see it on a big screen. So, you're
5
So you're about halfway around the rusty. So it's about another 50. So you're at about 650.
Non, ça suffisait pas pour libellule.
I would put it more 650. Yeah, because it's around 65 or so.
Every time it moves even a bit faster.
Dès qu'on a vu que ça marchait, on a dit pause repas. À la fin de la pause repas,
I think we will all fall in, but it's the weekend.
des arcs qui avaient entendu parler. Ouais, on avait on va voir dans la salle de concert. Et commence à parler, commence à décrire. Alors là, il y avait une ligne très faible, là, il y avait machin, bidule. Bon, ok, ça ressemble à un gros feu.
Bonjour à tout le monde, puisqu'il est 1h du matin. I take the opportunity to say hello to all the Japanese people which are waking up, because it's exactly normally about 9 o'clock in the morning in Japan. And I have a good news. We get a lot of not difficulties, trouble to determine the last ranking position due to a lot of troubles. And so what you will hear after my presentation and my deep hello to Japanese people and to especially Tsukuba and the management teams is that we were waiting for the official trajectory of all the teams and particularly Tsukuba team. And the Tsukuba team was late, so in fact quite late in terms of but in terms of constructing the trajectory to determine who is what. So what you will see after my presentation is the last ranking we get. It was exactly 11:30 in Europe. And so this will be all the trajectory we get at that time. That is, oops, if all is okay, all of that minus Tsukuba. So what you will hear in a minute or two is really the trajectory. It should be fun, described by each team. At the moment, we know what's going on. Right, John?
That's correct, I think, yes.
And so the big event we get exactly 30 minutes ago about is we finally get the first complete trajectory of the Tsukuba team that we have no time right now to present you. And it turned out that Tsukuba make another strategy compared to the other team, meaning they first clean all the track and after they try to make a circuit, a completed circuit circular between two rows of the gold surface that you see here. And it turned out like this. That's the actual ranking exactly at 11 something. So meaning 8 when you were waking up in Tsukuba or in Japan in general, is one Tsukuba, 540 teams, 24 turns. And they got one over the reconstruction. Madrid is talking 428. They lose their molecule, so they get another one. And they are 421, but it was at 11 to something, so we don't know now where Madrid is. And so on and so forth. Strasbourg, 260. Graz, 250, and they lose their molecule, 100 nanometer. And you can continue, John.
Yes, so Dresden, 130 nanometers. They again lost a molecule, so their second run with a molecule is 77 so far. We won't know till tomorrow morning if that's extended. Toulouse, Nara, 56 nanometers. And again, with a second molecule, 25 nanometers. Maybe tomorrow they'll have gone further. And then Ohio, just making a start quite late on in proceedings, so 7 nanometers. And finally, San Sebastian, with 2 nanometers, having a little bit of trouble. The molecule is stuck and after its early movement.
So I'm very pleased exactly at the time we are online with Japan to announce at the moment.
Japan is in the lead.
Is in the lead. So we're going to see in 7 hours what will happen. Because remember, this is exactly what's happened to two other teams here. So they were going very fast and suddenly either the molecule is tired or either the pilot is tired, but they lose the molecule.
That's
quite
common,
apparently
yes.
It's starting to be the same thing for Tsukuba just now.
Okay, so it's very exciting. And Christian and I have bet our shirts on our different teams, so we'll have to see tomorrow if we are going to be.
But I keep
semi-naked.
I keep still this guy first.
Okay.
Sorry for Tsukuba or for Japan. I still get to this one, but we never know. We'll see tomorrow.
We won't now see for another, how many hours?
Yes, 7 hours.
7 hours.
Yes,
a lot can happen in 7 hours.
Yes, exactly. So the next ranking will be announced with the trajectory, but you have to remember those trajectory will be very long compared to what you are going to see in a minute, because it will be 7 hours more. So the discussion on the description of the trajectory as we have done will be a little bit critical in length.
Yeah. It'll take longer, it'll be more complex.
Yes. But it's why we need to take a rest to be ready for tomorrow morning. And I leave you now for all the people who are here. Enjoy the show and enjoy the people who are going to play with you. And bye-bye and see you tomorrow morning. For us.
And we will hand over to my colleague Louise, who is doing the night watch, which is going to be very hard work.
Yes. And for you, it will be about 7 plus 8, 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the Friday.
with the final results?
Final result will be at 11. I'm tired. I try to calculate. So it will be 11:10 European time plus 8.
So that's
7:10
p.m.
Yes,
in the evening.
Yes, in the evening. Yes.
A good time to watch.
Yeah, of course. Join us and see you very soon. Enjoy the show.
Good night and have a good day.
So I have my pointer here, which is normally circulating, but you don't see it. So I will follow the rule step by step. It will be faster. First of all the teams will be running on this type of surfaces, which is a gold surface. Donc toutes les équipes vont travailler sur ce genre de surface. Cette surface va être introduite dans un microscope à effet tunnel. So it's an Electron microscope. There are 8 machines like that over the world. If you zoom in inside, si vous regardez à l'intérieur, vous avez ici en fait le petit microscope, qui est la tête du microscope, est à l'intérieur de ce petit cryostat pour le refroidir. On vous l'écrira entièrement si vous êtes à l'antenne, on vous l'écrira entièrement pendant toute cette période-là. Ensuite, si vous regardez en détail l'intérieur, vous regardez que vous avez la petite pastille d'or, the small gold sample which is there. And if you zoom in again, juste un artistic view, vous avez la petite pointe du microscope ici, que vous voyez, je ne sais pas où il est passé, la petite pointe du microscope qui va aboutir sur cette petite surface d'or que l'on va balayer. Voilà. Donc pour faire ceci, pour faire une image de microscope à effet tunnel, dont le fonctionnement vous sera expliqué dans la journée en direct, you have normally to plug directly the wire here, you see the wiring, to the surface and to make a tuning current. The very important part of the competition is that you have 8 microscopes over the world that you see here, and all those 8 microscopes are wired to the ball you see behind, which is the unique place in the world, and they are all connected to their molecule directly from Toulouse. And this is, for example, one example for 2 teams, Japan and Ohio, qui en fait contrôlent leur machine directement. Maintenant, sur cette pastille d'or, pour vous expliquer les règles de la course, nous allons faire une image assez large. On voit toutes les marches en surface de l'or. Si vous faites un petit zoom ici, vous avez les petites circulations d'or. Je vais essayer de vous le montrer directement ici avec le pointeur. Si le pointeur veut bien se montrer, if the pointer wants to show up, the pointer is not showing up at all. So what I will do, if I move, thank you, John. Yeah, really good for me. No pointer at all. Ah, on le voit. Mais moi je le vois pas. We don't see it. Okay, I will do something else for the pointer if I can. I will do this point here. I'm sure now you see it. And so you have the pointer here, and this will be the track for each team. I will show you in a minute what they have to do along the track. They will put a molecule and circulate around here. For those which are interested, et pour ceux qui sont intéressés par les atomes, si vous faites un petit zoom sur cette surface-là, on va rezoomer ici, vous allez voir tous les atomes apparaître. Voilà. Donc on est vraiment à l'échelle atomique, et chaque équipe, each team, will have his own track, and they have to select the best track for their run. I select 4 teams here, but you can have 5, 6, or whatever. You have 8 teams altogether. And so now for the rule of the race is quite very easy. If you are here, you decide a path, you select one track. So vous choisissez un parcours. Vous partez ici, vous allez amener une molécule, et après on commence à compter, we're going to count the number of straight line et le nombre en fait ici de virages que vous allez faire. Alors bien sûr, là j'ai fait un petit exemple avec 2 virages et une arrivée, mais ça peut aller, s'ils vont très vite, ils peuvent en faire 5, 6, 10, on comptera le meilleur. Après, on voit directement le timing. Si par exemple à 11h10, la molécule est ici, ils vont avancer petit à petit, hein, pof, petit à petit, pof, pof, pof. Et on va voir s'ils vont aussi vite que je vais, vite. I'm going to see, we are going to see all together if they go very fast or not, reaching Here the rule. And after we will have the ranking at the end of the race presented like that. And the ranking like this one here that you see here will be presented to you intermediate about 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 11, and so on and so forth. So this will be all the ranking will be now going on. And
Oui, rebonjour à tous. Welcome everybody again. I hope you enjoy the driving among the teams and you get some nice image. And I will just try to explain to you very shortly, at least for some of the molecules, how a molecule can be driven. Donc je vais commencer pour revenir à ma fameuse surface ici qu'on a vue tout à l'heure. Une surface d'or pure, 8 mm. Et bien sûr, cette surface est mise dans un microscope à effet tunnel, je le rappelle ici. Vous avez ici le microscope est en fait au centre de ce système à très basse température. Il sera expliqué à différents moments dans la journée. Vous avez l'heure, les heures ou dans la nuit, les heures pour comprendre comment il fonctionne. Pardon. Okay. I stop? Okay.
Just a quick summary of what Christian was saying. He's presenting the track, as it were, which is that piece of gold, and a picture of the microscope.
Okay, so I go on the explanation now. Thanks, John and Louise, for for this introduction. And so this is a microscope where almost all microscopes again are almost like that. A special one, you have the microscope itself here, and if you go inside, you recover again the little gold stuff, the little tip here, the needle, which is going to approach to make the image. This is the configuration of the microscope here. Of course, the tip here is a little bit artistique, la pointe est artistique au niveau de la représentation, avec le petit atome au bout. Et bien sûr, on connecte en fait pour avoir un petit courant entre la pointe et la surface. Et j'ai choisi un exemple pour montrer comment ça avance. J'ai choisi un exemple qui est l'exemple de la course de 2017, qui était la molécule de l'équipe japonaise. Alors on en met quelques-unes sur les surfaces. Vous aurez expliqué comment on amène ces molécules sur la surface dans ces sections-là avec l'heure. John, if you want to...
Just explaining, so the tip is a kind of that big grey block that comes down is artistic impression, but essentially they create a current between the tip, which is you can see the line showing the current, and the gold surface.
Ok, so we go on. On continue. Donc à partir de ce moment-là, la pointe a balayé, on l'a vu, et on va faire des images. Voilà, comme vous avez vu, des images, on fait des images typiques ici, et on a pas mal de molécules, a lot of molecules everywhere, and you have one molecule which is this one here. We are going to drive a bit this molecule. Et je vais vous montrer comment on peut contrôler cette molécule. Donc je reprends l'image ici. D'abord, je la reconnais. Pour la reconnaître, je vais faire une image, comme vous avez vu sur les écrans plusieurs fois. On va en faire un zoom. Voilà. Et cette molécule-là, John, you want to...
Yes, just to say, so to drive the molecule, you have to find the molecule. That's the first spot. So you have to pick it out of the bunch, as it were. And then he's done a zoom on there's a zoom on the right, which once you've got close into the molecule, that's roughly what it looks like, with the two bright, as it were, circles at the side and the darker body between it.
Et on sait par des calculs que la squelette de la molécule est exactement ici. L'image est un peu plus grand que le squelette même de la molécule.
So you can see from the image that the skeleton of the molecule, which is marked out in the sketched molecule in the middle, is a bit smaller than the impression you get from the zoom.
Et après ça, on peut extraire un modèle en 3 dimensions.
And from this, you can extract a model in 3 dimensions, like a nice green object.
Et on peut dézoomer un petit peu pour voir ce qu'il y a autour, parce qu'elle n'est pas toute seule, comme vous avez vu sur beaucoup d'images tout à l'heure. Il y a beaucoup de molécules partout. Donc j'ai pris cet exemple-là, il peut y en avoir comme ça partout.
And then you can pull back like this, because as we could see from the initial image, there's one molecule amongst many. So when you zoom out again, you can see the landscape around it of other molecules.
Et maintenant, nous allons amener la pointe.
So you bring down the tip like that.
And now you pulse, and you see the molecule moving step by step. In this case, you know, the molecule was just... et c'est juste les petites ailes qui faisaient avancer les molécules en battant.
So in this case, you can see it's just the little wings that move the molecule forward, but sending a pulse from the tip.
On peut recommencer une nouvelle fois si on veut. Hein, on se le refait. Oui, on se le refait. Allez, on se le refait. Si elle veut partir en arrière, elle ne veut plus partir en arrière. Bon, attends, on va revenir en arrière ici. Plaque. Voilà. On approche la pointe. Et les petites impulsions de courant injectent de l'énergie dans la molécule qui bat des ailes et avance.
So the pulses of energy from the tip move the wings of the molecule and it advances.
Alors ça, bien sûr, c'est un modèle. Maintenant, si on passe aux images réelles, comme vous avez vu, on peut enregistrer image par image et vous verrez à 13h20 ce qui se passe. Et voilà une trajectoire complète enregistrée si elle veut démarrer. Elle ne veut peut-être pas vouloir démarrer, donc je vais enlever le petit pointeur. Et là, normalement, la molécule va démarrer.
So this is a real image as opposed to the previous one, which is a model of the molecule moving as the pulses are received from the tip.
Donc je le refais, on peut lancer, et la molécule, on l'a déplacée. Alors ça prend à peu près, par image reconstituée, puisqu'on a vu 3 images avec mouvement, ça prend 1 heure à peu près pour chaque image.
So reconstructed images, and each image, the gap between images is roughly an hour.
Et donc vous avez donc normalement compris, vous pouvez donc maintenant vous amuser à contrôler vous-même et à conduire votre molécule, si vous voulez bien sûr, vous avez un microscope, et Louise est très contente de pouvoir bientôt conduire sa molécule.
So Christian, I was saying this is a free translation. If you want to go on Amazon and get yourself a microscope, then you can drive your own molecule. You know what to do. It's fairly simple, as you can see, and it's offered Louise the possibility of that for a Christmas present.
Tu es d'accord, Louise?
Ah oui, je rêve de devenir une pilote, là. Je suis convaincue.
Elle a vraiment envie de conduire.
On y va, bonsoir, nous sommes toujours là, j'espère que vous êtes toujours là.
So good evening everybody, we're back again. I hope you're all still glued to your screens. We're coming up now with the 4th trajectories of the day.
Ce qui devient un peu compliqué.
And it's getting more complicated by the minute. And we have Grant from the Graz team.
Welcome Grant again.
Thank you.
So we are used to all the tools, so we go start. And wow, 7 to 9, fantastic. So go ahead, you comment.
So I think I need to speak into the microphone. I think last time we left off on my first trajectory, and it broke at the end. So this is now the second molecule, and we send this on its way around the track. You can play, it's fine.
Okay, can play. Okay, good.
So much the same story. We get it onto a track and then start moving it around corners. This molecule was actually moving very fast, so you can see this example here. Maybe you can skip back there, Christian.
I can go back?
Yeah, this individual bit more. Yeah, here.
Okay, good.
This from here, we've done many individual voltage pulses,
yes,
and they were almost all successful, and they reached there very quickly. Okay. And this is representative of this run for this molecule, so it was moving very fast. You can continue the video.
Okay. Okay.
Then it went around the corner. We again cross over one of the ridges to get onto a new track, and then continue backwards in order to avoid a defect. But here, I think maybe this is the case. This is the correct. This molecule also unfortunately came to a terrible end. Yeah, we got the molecule picked up on the tip. Very unlucky. This molecule didn't go as far as the first molecule.
Either you are tired or the molecule is tired.
All the molecules must be tired because this was a new molecule.
Why is this guy is not going?
Just press play.
I press, so I try to recover the start. Ah, okay, the starting is good. So I want to see. Je veux voir en fait la fin. Il veut pas. Pourquoi Ah non, c'est là. Je veux voir la fin. When you crash again. Whoops, tops, and finished.
Yeah.
Poor
I
guy.
think there was a surface defect here, and yeah, it just got stuck there. We actually tried at this point, because we were sitting there for a long time, to push the molecule off this defect, but this ended up in picking the molecule up, unfortunately.
Okay. So, you try another one.
Third molecule, yeah.
Yes, okay, good. Remember that la règle, c'est en fait qu'on prendra la meilleure trajectoire avec une seule molécule.
Yeah, the first molecule for us is the record holder.
Exactly, fantastic.
So Christian is explaining the rule is that however many molecules you run, the best of your molecules will be taken for the final rankings.
Okay.
Like the long jump.
Yeah, like a long jump.
Yeah.
Bon courage. He's
Merci.
starting tired. Thank you.
Good luck.
Bon, nous continuons.
So on to the next, team 2.
La numéro 2, team 2. Team 2.
Team 2, so
We are waiting for Louise.
it's the Madrid team, which
So we are waiting. On attend l'équipe de Madrid.
it's on its way.
He's on his way. Madrid is on his way.
So Louise and David are just coming now.
Okay, good. A new. What is this? Naha. Okay. Okay. You are still here. Good. Bonsoir. So voilà. Tu prends le. Voilà. On y va.
So we'll start
Donc,
the
okay.
show.
Okay,
À toi.
now.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so very interesting news. We had a crash, so somehow we needed to take again another molecule. Yes, so this was a molecule located here, and then we simply started again from the very beginning to move it. So it has gone very smoothly. All the way now you will see, all the way out through this FCC, till we see somewhere. Okay,
There you
here
go,
comes
here.
the molecule, so it's easy to recognize. Also, we have the zoom out just to.
Yes, to show.
So it
Yes,
goes up and up. Everything going fine. Now you will see it coming here. Until here, no further obstacles. And now you will see how we are
you are
overtaking
going-
this guy.
Okay.
It was through here.
Yes.
Okay, this
Wide
is wide
field
field.
to
Just
change.
to,
Okay.
yeah.
Where you are.
So essentially, let me see. So it's here coming again.
Aha. Here.
Now we have here one
Okay.
block, so we overtake. We could take also, but it was
Okay.
not that molecule.
Okay,
So this
okay.
one.
And so you
Now
continue.
we have it here. So it's going.
You avoid. Oh, fantastic. Tu as contourné.
Yeah. So it's going all
les
the way.
contournements,
So over here, so it's really following all the way. And this is the broken one, the broken NanoCar.
you
So
go.
we thought it would be funny to overtake the broken car, and we did.
Okay.
So that's why we
Ah,
are
you-
overtaking.
okay.
We said
Okay.
bye bye to the old car.
Yes. Okay.
We move on and on. So essentially, we have done the same trajectory as before,
Yes,
but
yes.
in the,
I see you
the
run
white
out because
yeah.
I see where you are.
Yeah. So the white field
Okay.
again. Now
Okay.
coming over here, here, all the way up. Somehow now we come over here. So it was nice because it was clean.
Yes.
And
okay.
at one point we will turn back.
Okay.
Just crossing the FCC, so all the way
Okay.
up. Here you see. And now over here we are going to.
So yes, you are going to.
Okay, let's see. That way.
Okay,
That way.
good.
Now we take again. It's here. And now we start to maneuver. This is very risky, as I told you
Yes, yes,
before.
yes. Which is you.
Making a U-turn. That was the editorial
fantastic.
doing that. The editors doing that. Okay, then we go back. No, the white field,
again.
yeah. Because we were turning.
Yes.
So it's going here. So it's very easy to track the molecule
Yeah,
with,
to
with
track,
the, with
yes,
the
yes,
big image. Returning back through this FCC. So we were going this way and then coming back through the other. This is risky because this is the
Yes,
HCP,
yes,
so it can be risky, but
yes,
it was going fine. So here you have the molecules.
Yes.
And then we have to overtake this guy again.
Yes.
This is riskier because of this, that's why we
Yes,
go
yes,
through
yes.
this region. And all the way up, down, sorry. More. Yeah, it's going so smoothly that somehow is this way, if you don't have any obstacle.
Yes, yeah, you go
it
fast.
will-
Your
yeah.
surface is, la surface est très bien préparée, donc ils n'ont pas d'obstacle.
Yeah, yeah.
Et ils avancent très
So
vite.
the white field.
Ok.
And now what happened is that we had a crash of the electronics.
Aïe, 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 aïe,
And
aïe.
we were, how to say, fortunate enough to recover.
Ah,
so
okay.
we recover with any tip
And you
crash.
don't lose, no crash,
No,
nothing.
not the position.
And
We
you don't
recover the
even the position. Ah, okay.
And the tip.
Ah.
And since our engineer, scientific engineer, developed a way to, how to say, turn it back remotely,
Yes.
we didn't need to wake up our
okay.
PhD student, Kalian.
Donc ils ont
So we
un crash
could
électronique, mais
remotely.
ils ont réussi à remettre en marche sans perdre la molécule.
D'accord. Ok. Thank you, David. And go ahead. Voilà, donc nous allons passer à la prochaine équipe. Et en même temps, bien sûr, on vient de m'amener en même temps le new ranking, mais on ne le connaît pas.
Official ranking.
On le connaît
So
pas.
it's team number 3 now, l'équipe numéro 3.
Mais en attendant, on va juste faire un petit truc. On va charger, comme tout à l'heure, le classement.
Okay,
Comme ça, il
so
sera prêt.
Christian, we're going to load the rankings now while we're waiting for team number 3.
Number 3 at 9 p.m. Good, we have it. So this is good for Xavier. Et on bénéficie du break pour charger aussi une nouvelle trajectoire qui nous vient de Toulouse.
And we're now loading another trajectory that comes from the Toulouse NARA team.
Ouais. Payback, où elle est c'est celui-là. Je sais pas quel set, on va descendre. On va descendre pour voir. Où ils l'ont mis. C'est peut-être ça. À l'aide. Je la vois pas. C'est ça alors. Trajectoire 4. Bah, c'est celle-là. Ouais, on prend celle-là. Ok. Oups. Voilà. Voilà. On enlève celle-là. Et on met celle-là. Voilà, parce qu'elle est nouvelle. Et celle-là. Donc on est là. Donc on va passer à Dresde.
Dresden is here
Dresden
in
is
the
there.
form of Francesca.
Francesca. Donc c'est bon, nous continuons avec Francesca. Francesca.
There's a microphone down there, in fact.
The stuff you see here, I'm never good with the stuff, but here we have the large image, and you can see now that molecule. This is the one we,
Yes, okay.
It's a series of trials.
Okay.
So
Yes,
here we
yes.
don't have really a trajectory, just a bit now. Yes, in the last part a bit. But as I told you, we lost our our molecule remained blocked on a defect, and we know where it is, the
Okay.
first one. But then we thought also we can change, so we changed another one, and it went to the tip, and when the 2, 3 went going to the tip, and then we now have cleaned the tip, and we are continuing. But here there is just a few good movement. You see from here a bit. Jar is already jumping here, and then it's gone. Or there is another one here. This one was okay. I think this one was okay up to a certain point, but was also disappeared. So, this is not a good continuum.
But you are
sequence. But you
continuing,
can see,
Okay.
But now we have one that is okay, and in principle we still have the first one
Yes.
blocked.
Blocked. Okay.
We can
You-
also
you can
eventually
maybe
try
eventually
to,
try
if we lose this one, we can try to make it
destock
free. Yeah,
de la
because
surface.
we didn't try very hard. So these are the
So
two,
you're
the
on
two
your
possibilities.
fourth molecule at the moment, is that right?
I think fourth or fifth. I'm not really sure how many we
Donc on
so
est
we had
à
a certain
molécule
point.
4 ou 5.
When one molecule is going to the tip, you have a very high probability the second one is doing the same, and then they like each other on the tip. So, but now it's good. Okay, good.
Francesca, thank you.
Thank you. And
Bon courage. Ok, donc nous avançons bien. John, c'est bon?
I think so. Donc là, Francesca dit que ils sont à la 4e ou 5e molécule, mais un problème, les molécules qui s'attachent à la pointe. Mais actuellement, ils sont bien partis pour, avec la molécule actuelle.
Saint-Sébastien.
So now it's Team 4, San Sebastian and Santiago de la Compostela. C'est l'équipe numéro 4 de Saint-Sébastien et Santiago de Compostela. We're just waiting. They're on the move, we think, with Louise. Il met sa casquette de chauffeur.
Bonjour, tu connais l'exercice?
Oui, bonsoir.
C'est prêt, c'est là.
C'était le même?
Ah non, je sais
non,
pas.
non.
Ah non, j'ai pris ce qu'on m'a donné.
Ok. Ça, c'était la première molécule, oui. Et puis c'était la première molécule.
Ah, il y a eu une erreur sur le tracker. Donc s'il y a une erreur sur les trackers, ce qu'on va faire, là c'est la première fois. Ce qu'on va faire, tu peux aller voir au bureau des trajectoires et on va passer à la suivante et on reviendra.
Go to the office of the trajectories desk and the problem with the tracker. So,
For the first time.
c'est la première fois qu'on a ce problème. So while we're waiting for a corrected tracker, Louise is going on to the Strasbourg team, who will be coming here in a minute.
Nous allons passer à l'équipe numéro 5, il y a un problème sur l'équipe numéro 4.
So there's a problem with team number 4. We're going to go to team number 5 now, from Strasbourg. Looking slightly fatigued, I would say.
A little fatigue from the Strasbourg team, but maybe not on the screen. So remember the first one, and you continue, I suppose.
So what we've done at the beginning, we clearly saw that we had some difficulties to move the molecule to the turn, and now after a while we were able to find a good way to.
Apparently, so I rewind.
Yeah.
Rewind a bit.
Yeah, we found a good way. We found a good way to make it move and to control the distance. Yeah.
Si je me souviens bien, on s'est arrêté là, à peu près.
Ouais.
Donc on continue à partir de là.
Donc là,
So that's where we left off last time, and it's moving well.
Donc en fait, on a eu peur au moment que la molécule aille sur la pointe. Donc en fait, on a eu de la chance parce qu'on a pu la récupérer. Et ensuite, on est reparti donc sur notre chemin pour
We were slightly worried that the molecule might have got stuck on the tip, but in fact they were able to recover it.
Et maintenant, donc on voit qu'on arrive à contrôler notre chemin. Donc on est assez content. On fait pas mal de tours et de tournants. Voilà. Donc petit à petit, en fait, je dirais, on avance lentement, mais sûrement.
So they're progressing slowly but surely, and they've got good control of their molecule for the moment. So they're quite happy about that. And,
yeah, I guess, yeah, well.
Oh, je le refais celui-là parce que celui-là est très très beau. Il me plaît. C'est pas parce que c'est HP, mais.
Mr. Director likes this trajectory, so we're going to see it again.
That's the colors we choose, actually. We chose, yeah. So yeah, we can make it move nicely on the surface. Yeah.
And you turn around. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thank you very much.
Très bon. Donc nous allons voir si on peut maintenant avoir enfin HP. C'était très bon. On va passer à celle de Saint-Sébastien si on a réglé le problème. Pas encore. Attends. On va passer pas à Saint-Sébastien encore. On a encore le problème de retrouver la vraie trajectoire. Donc on va passer à l'équipe de Toulouse en attendant Ohio et on vous expliquera ce qu'on va faire pour l'équipe de Tsukuba. On va passer l'équipe 8, en attendant de retourner à l'équipe Saint-Sébastien. Toulouse-Nara, oui.
Hello again.
Hi again.
It's almost tomorrow.
Yes, almost.
So, bah, tu connais l'exercice?
Oui, maintenant. Oui.
Tu as ton... Hop, on y va.
So here we go.
On recommence du début, je suppose, apparemment. Non? Bah,
Oui,
je sais pas,
alors
hein.
là c'est la 5e molécule. La 4e on l'a perdue, donc là c'est notre 5e molécule.
So we lost the 4th molecule. This is the 5th molecule they're on now.
Et donc cette 5e molécule, on a réussi à la faire avancer en ligne droite dans un sillon qui est complètement en ligne droite, pardon.
On le voit, oui, on le voit ici. Oui.
Voilà, et donc on a sur ces images-là, on a avancé de 25 nanomètres.
Wow.
So they managed to make it move forward 25 nanometers along a single groove.
Et normalement, on est arrivé à un croisement. Alors on ne doit pas le voir sur on ne doit pas le voir sur le montage de la trajectoire, mais on est arrivé à un croisement où il a fallu prendre une décision.
Voilà,
ça y est.
Oh là.
Voilà. Et donc on est arrivé à un croisement et donc on s'est préparé à prendre à droite. Donc notre premier virage de la compétition.
Attention, attention.
Hop. Et voilà, ça s'arrête là. Suspense.
Suspense, ça sera pour 2 ou 3 heures du matin. Vous passerez là. Ah, moi je me le refais aussi. Allez, on se le refait.
Ah, on se le refait.
On se le refait. Allez, on se le refait.
Do it again. But we'll have to wait till tomorrow. We're left in suspense. What's going to happen? Is it going to survive?
Surprise.
Surprise, surprise.
Voilà, donc là la très grande ligne droite.
A very long straight line.
Et on avance petit à petit. On voit qu'on contrôle bien cette fois-ci. Hein.
Well under control.
C'est plus puissant. On avance beaucoup plus vite que tout à l'heure. Donc ça c'est bien. On contrôle mieux.
The progress is much faster than it was before, which is great.
Et on arrive au croisement normalement.
Il y avait du monde au croisement.
Il y avait du monde au croisement.
Now there's a crossroads, and that's the
voilà, ça y est.
difficult point.
Oh,
and we won't know till tomorrow what happens.
Voilà, donc là, on a choisi ce côté-là pour avoir une longue piste
ensuite.
ensuite.
Et ça a marché.
Et on a réussi à tourner facilement. Et donc il y a un autre virage qui nous attend. J'en dis pas plus.
Coming up to another turn, having successfully negotiated that one. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Bon courage.
Merci.
Bon courage. Bon, donc on a maintenant. Allez, on continue. Allez. Et on va maintenant remettre la trajectoire de Saint-Sébastien. Ouais, la bonne.
So now we're going back to Saint-Sébastien because we think we have a better recording, as it were.
Nous l'avons déjà celle-là. Voilà. Ah, la clé est là. Ah, elle est là. On va chercher. Donc, je suppose que c'est... Oui. Alors, this is a new one. Saint-Sébastien is strong because it's 23. C'est le classement numéro 20. Alors, c'est à 23h01. C'est bon, c'est ça? Ça me paraît un peu tôt. Donc, c'est pas la bonne chose. Il faut faire attention. On va aller chercher ici. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Ah, voilà. Tu me tiens. Je vais essayer de retrouver.
He's just looking for the most recent trajectory.
Saint-Antoine. C'est la PAC, c'est bien ça. C'est celui-là. 5K, c'est toi? Non, c'est seconde. Non, ça marche pas non plus. Qu'est-ce que c'est que cette histoire? Et donc on a toujours un problème de trajectoire. Ah non, trajectoire 4 peut-être. Et toi, c'est la date 23h01, c'est ça?
Is 2301, is that the correct one?
Okay. On va regarder.
We'll give it a try.
Avant de lancer, on va regarder.
Not quite sure if it's the right one yet.
Si, c'est bon.
It's a good one. It's the right one.
C'est la good one. Ok. On va la ranger avec ses petites sœurs. Voilà, elle est là. Donc je vais juste l'appeler comme il faut, s'il veut bien.
Changing the name so we know what it is.
C'est en direct, Team 4. Et maintenant,
on est là.
Tu prends ça, et on y va. Vas-y. Ah oui, là on voit.
So now we can see what we're doing. It's great.
Yeah, you can point. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Okay.
Là, voilà notre molécule.
It's a very beautiful molecule.
Yes. No, it's moving. Ah, elle a presque bougé. on va repartir. Vas-y.
Ici, on voit bien qu'on arrive à faire bouger la molécule.
D'accord.
Du coup, ça nous fait avancer un peu.
D'accord.
Mais ici, on a un petit problème. Que je pense qu'on a un petit
un petit défaut.
Défaut sur la surface.
Je vais revenir sur le.
qui
Je vais revenir sur le défaut.
Let's go back to the defect.
Il trouve le même problème que tout le monde a en passant un défaut. Ils vont être bloqués ici, il va falloir qu'ils fassent le tour.
So it's found the same problem. It's bumped into a defect in the track and it's going to have to jump around it.
En fait, c'est pas évident parce que en regardant une image comme ça, on ne peut pas distinguer où sont les défauts. Si on regarde bien, là, peut-être il y en a aussi, mais c'est pas très évident.
D'accord. So it's hard on an image like this to tell if there's a defect there and where it is precisely, and there may be one in the next track as well if you try and jump around it. So.
Pour éviter les défauts, il faut bien distinguer avant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Donc, voilà. Je pense
Tout va bien.
Things are going okay? So-so.
So-so. Du coup, on a dû trouver une autre molécule parce que
vous avez aussi changé de molécule, d'accord.
Si on reste ici,
oui,
sans
d'accord.
avancer...
Oui, tout à fait.
So if we're stuck here, we'll have to find another molecule. So, yeah.
Ok. Merci.
Thank you very much.
Bon
Good
courage,
luck.
bon
Good luck
courage.
for the next stage.
Next stage, yes. Comment ça s'appelle? Pardon, nous allons commencer à faire la 7.
So
non, la
team
6, pardon, la
Team
6.
6, which is
La 6.
Ohio.
Ohio. Pour la première fois, nous avons l'Ohio.
So we have a trajectory for Ohio for the first time.
Il va arriver. C'est quel est le nom du Movie 1? Ah, ici, voilà, d'accord, c'est bon. Donc nous chargeons pour la première fois, je suis très ému.
Christian is very moved because it's the first time we're seeing an image from the Ohio team.
For team 6, I put team 6.
I think there is a one guy.
But since you are fresh in the exercise, on va vous expliquer comment on fait. On va donner un pointeur qui est un pointeur virtuel. Il faut cadrer dessus. Et
Just
après ça,
explaining the method
je vais lancer l'animation et je vais le lancer du premier coup. Tu peux m'arrêter quand tu veux, je l'arrête. Et tu nous expliques où est la molécule. Voilà. Okay, take care because it's starting. Ah si, so now we go back.
On fait marche arrière pour reprendre.
On
On
va
va commencer.
doucement maintenant. Voilà. No, you just push here and on the screen. It's a virtual one. Yes, okay. So I follow you and I move.
Je vous suis et je bouge.
Hey, guy, come on. Oh, it's not moving.
And here.
Okay.
So this passes through
Yes.
these two atoms.
That will be okay. And after, I suppose you move a bit.
Passer
no?
entre les deux
Now it's
atomes.
finished.
So this is coming.
Ah, okay. You just do that and you stop here.
Yeah. Right. That's about
Which is fantastic. Yeah,
it's
you're entering. You're
7
entering.
nanometer.
You're 7 nanometer, but you put it on the ranking. Normally 7. Yes, okay. So you're entering in the ranking.
Donc ça fait 7 nanomètres, ça rentre dans le classement.
Ça rentre dans le classement. Congratulations.
Félicitations.
Yeah, I tried. So, on voit, c'est très bien que tout le monde maintenant rentre progressivement dans le classement.
True Japanese bus. Enjoy it. You can have Saturday off.
That's one. No, this is the correct one.
Yeah. So you just have to do this, right?
I thought it was off.
is on the right track.
Yeah. Okay, so now all the way up.
Yeah.
110 meters.
So I tried the opposite.
Previous one was 1954. Okay.
This can, I think it's a bit better.
Maybe I will clean the tape.
Huh? No, it's gone.
It may be already far up. Or it's this. I think it's this. It's this.
I'm not sure.
Need to check the previous one.
No, previous one has it, that one. I'm not sure.
Not minus 0.5.
It's this. Move here.
3 nano with 1 volt.
How about the electron?
Let's start with 5. Because we're moving with 1 volt.
I can't find this.
I go on the head.
Oh, so tired.
So 7.
It's just because from 1 to 10, session is just done, so they are presenting again the teams. So I'm going to ask questions. It's just because we need to present.
Let's see, like if we've dislodged the ball.
How long?
Oh no, this is dragging. The tip is dragging.
Okay. Oh, you're just gonna sit here.
It's
with
easy.
So that's problematic. Maybe I need to pause.
Asking me to answer and then I translate to French.
Appliances, these are optimal.
When does that start?
This is
Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll try and look fresh. Is it going to be on camera?
600.
Well, perhaps the camera on the screen.
Okay, 10.
You need a drink? Be good and fresh.
That's it, right? It goes.
You destroyed
I
it.
know. Maybe I will try this one.
Okay, let's see.
I don't understand.
So this whole area is gone. Okay, 10 nano is always crashing. Yeah, because it was here. But we did 130. Yeah, a bit more. Let me see here, maybe.
Make it keep forming force. You can try to understand.
Yeah, they're 6 by 6. That's right, isn't it? This is 6 by 6.
Yep.
Yeah, 6 by 6.
Yeah. Yeah. But this one is
Just wondering why this is
T'inquiète pas,
the one we are moving.
je regardais l'heure justement, et là je fais 55. Non, il n'y a pas de souci.
I don't know why they are so diffusive. I will choose this one, and then maybe I can just go upstairs. So let's see what else.
Okay, I can estimate.
I'm tunneling here. Go. Okay, this line has an obstacle, but I can. I need to change this. It has obstacles. To the full screen. Particle manipulation. I will try to put this in this.
But I think we can still recognize this with the. Yeah. Yeah.
Take 100 nanometers and one line.
There's one here.
Here, 100 nanometers. And we don't know what is coming.
I don't think this is the one, right?
No, that's another one though. That's what we do.
Okay. So I will repeat the same.
Also,
The same area with 100.
yeah. So those two are always here. Let's see over here. See them there.
So we have here bit to the. And there is some really big. There is some big crap here. Hold on a second. Okay, but this is actually moving.
Oh, maybe this is the one. It's right here already.
So here is the step, I guess.
It looks like the one is drifting like this, right?
No, this one.
Oh. Oh, wait, I'm lost here.
No. I think this is the one.
That's the one?
Yeah.
Yeah? That basically moves all the way like this?
I think so.
So, this? No? Maybe? Yeah?
Waiting that is really getting.
Because the other step should be here. There is this other one.
Donc en gros, il faut que je coupe, que j'aille tout droit, que je reprenne là, que je fasse le grand tour, que je recoupe. Ça va être le bordel.
C'est un peu comme nos obstacles.
Ouais, non, là ça va être un peu le saut d'obstacle. Maintenant, on peut s'amuser. On n'est pas loin des 100 nanomètres, on est quand même parti de là-haut.
Ah oui, toujours avec la même.
Alors, bonjour à tous et à toutes, vous qui nous suivez actuellement en ligne. Il est 2h du matin à Toulouse, 10h à Tokyo et 21h à Washington. Nous sommes en direct de la boule à Toulouse où la course de voitures nanomoléculaires se poursuit. So, hello to you all who are following us online. It's 2 a.m. yes, in Toulouse, 10 a.m. in Tokyo and 9 p.m. in Washington. It's a live session from Toulouse, La Boule, where the NanoCar Race is still going on. Alors la session de nuit a commencé il y a quelques heures et nous allons la poursuivre ensemble jusqu'à 7 heures du matin. Les 8 équipes sont toujours là en train de concourir. Tonight's a live session, night session until 7 a.m. and the 8 teams are still here in the competition. Nous avons rediffusé il y a peu les différentes trajectoires des équipes, so we have rebroadcasted the different trajectories of the teams. Et dans l'heure qui vient, nous allons discuter avec 2 équipes, donc l'équipe 8 de Toulouse-Nara, puis l'équipe 7 de Tsukuba, avant de diffuser un documentaire autour de la boule pour expliquer un peu le lieu dans lequel nous nous trouvons. So in the next hour, we are going to discuss a bit with 2 different teams, and we are going to present them as the team 8 from Toulouse-Nara and the team 7 from Tsukuba. And after that, we are going to have an overview of where we are, also La Boule, what's its story, what is its place, and yes, why was it built. Alors à présent, nous allons nous diriger vers l'équipe 8 de Toulouse-Nara. So it's nous... Bonsoir. On va aller à côté du poste. So we're going to discuss a bit with the team 8. Alors bonsoir Olivier. Donc vous êtes de l'équipe de Toulouse-Nara. Hello Olivier.
Hello.
Alors comment ça se passe jusque-là? How are the things going on until now?
So we begin really hardly because we pick some molecule, and so we restart 3 times, and the third time was a good one. And actually we move a molecule since 3 hours, and the total is close to the 100 nanometers. So actually we have some difficulties, but normally in 2 hours we will finish what we want to do, meaning more than 100 and a lot of turns on the surface. Actually on the screen you can see the scan area. So if you look at the screen, you will see my mouse, maybe. I don't know. So we begin in the top of the scan area here, and we are actually on the bottom part of the picture. On the right, you have some manipulation of the molecule on the surface, and as you can see, we have a complete control of the orientation and displacement of the molecule on the track of the surface.
Okay, so what we are seeing here is the molecule. So can you explain just briefly how it's built? So very briefly, and
Pardon?
Can you explain briefly how it is built?
Oh, so this molecule has been built at the NARA Institute of Science and Technology in association with chemists of our laboratory. And I am the pilot. So I deposit this molecule on the surface. It is constituted on a central part and 2 wheels. So actually the 2 bright spots you can see are the wheels of the molecule. And we move the molecule by applying pulse close to the wheels. And so we can orientate and move it on the surface.
Okay, so I guess that's your molecule.
Yeah.
And is there a front and back? Or
Yeah,
no?
exactly. So you have the front here, and you have a major dipole between the end part and the front part. And on the side, you have the 2 wheels. So at the beginning, the chemists think that the wheels are not turning. Nevertheless, we discover by manipulating the molecule that these wheels are really important, because it gives the molecules the direction to move, meaning that if we want to move like this, it's impossible.
So on the side it's impossible, but in front or back it's possible. And we can also slightly turn it on the surface by applying small pulse on the right and the left. So this is a success. And we think that we will finish really soon the requirement of the NanoCar race.
Okay. So this team is a team between France and Japan?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Can you explain how you're working together?
Oh. So, I'm not a chemist, so in NARA makes the synthesis of the molecule, and the chemist of our lab makes the design. So the design and the requirements, meaning that actually we need a dipole to move the molecule on one side. So the dipole is between the front and the back. And the central part is only a support, and we have wheels to avoid to the central part to be in contact with the substrate. So it's really interesting like this, and we can show that this thing is really stable. Nevertheless, between the deposition, we have some fragments on the surface. It's not a reason of the synthesis. It's because of the to deposit the molecule, we apply temperature pulse, and it seems that it decomposes the molecule.
Okay. And can you remind us of the different adventures you had until now?
Oh, on the surface? Yeah. So, how to say that? We start really fast. And at the beginning, we choose a track. So the track are the line on the surface. And we found a really, really interesting track, and the molecule wasn't on this track. So we decided to move it on it. It was a success. Really, everybody was enthusiastic. We have the camera, we have Christian Joachim, everybody was here, and we start to move the molecule. We make 3 nanometers, so we move the molecule on 3 nanometers on the surface, and we pick the molecule with the tip. So meaning that we have to restart everything, meaning finding a new track with a new molecule, a new area, and we actually don't know why it happens, but it happens 3 times. So we lose approximately 4 hours. And now it's really quiet, the microscope is really fine, and we want to finish the new track we discover.
Okay. And now, personal question.
Yeah.
What is passionating you in what you're doing?
Oh. So it's not my specialty. Actually, I work on charge on molecule on insulating things. And when Christian Joachim asked me to participate to the nano race, I chose to do it because it's an interesting thing, and it's a way to meet some peoples, and it's really particular because it's a long preparation, and I work on this system for 2 months. I discover a lot of things, but I won't do it every month. It's no.
Okay, and so you're the only pilot on that
Yes.
team? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you were not pilot 5 years ago? you were not in the team 5 years ago?
No.
Okay. So thank you very much for your time and good luck for the end
Thank
of
you.
the race. Et à présent, nous allons passer à l'équipe numéro 7, l'équipe de Tsukuba. So now we're moving to team 7, Tsukuba team. Hello. Who wants to speak with me?
Maybe would you like to join us in the middle and we'll all, depending on your question,
It will be easy.
we can choose who's going to speak.
Yeah, so we are with the Tsukuba team. Hello. So, how is it going until now?
Driver.
Yeah.
So the driver, le pilote.
Unfortunately, we have a problem. The molecule is a little bit decomposed during the manipulations. So now our molecule was named as a sleepy spider, but unfortunately now it sticks to the substrate. So we have to change the name, sticky spider.
Okay. And did you have any accidents?
Yeah, I can show
At the beginning, or
or
what happened before? Donc, que s'est-il passé précédemment dans la course pour l'équipe de Tsukuba?
I'm not so sure I can show the data right now. Maybe better to hear.
So whilst Kawai tries to find the data, so at the beginning we were progressing quite quickly. The car was moving quite fast. But at some point there's been some decomposition of the car, and although it still moves, the rate at which we can push it is drastically reduced due to the molecule having a higher affinity to the surface. So Kawai-san's just trying to find the point that you can see quite clearly in the pictures that he's taking, the step at which it's happened, and you can see that the molecule has changed shape on the surface. But obviously, as you can see, because we're moving quite quickly, we have to record a lot of images. So to pinpoint that one is just taking a few minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. So he's found it now. So I guess
Yes, as you see the left-hand side, we see a little ball, but at the right-hand side, it's gone. And there is this green stuff, but unfortunately, this part seems to be gone. That's the reason one side is dark, the other side is bright. But that can be happened twice. Then actually, molecule becomes symmetric afterwards. So I hope I can find, now, like this. So both sides is gone. Then once it's gone, this part seems to be bound to the substrate. Therefore, it cannot be slipped so easily. That's the main reason why our velocity dropped a lot.
Okay, and what are the solutions for the next hours?
No solution, in principle. So we have to try to move as much as possible with this condition. Or alternatively, we can switch to the new car. But we have only 10 hours left. So maybe it's not so wise to change the car.
Voilà, donc pas beaucoup de solutions. Il va falloir continuer avec celle-ci qui est endommagée puisqu'il lui manque une roue, ou alors changer de molécule. Mais comme il reste peu de temps, ce n'est pas forcément stratégique. Okay, and so you say that you're taking a few pictures. How many times an hour you need to take pictures, and why are you taking these pictures?
So I guess that Kawai-san is taking multiple different resolution pictures. So as the quick movement, he's taking low resolution, small images to just see the movement. But then is it like 6 to 10 minutes, he's taking a larger image where we can more accurately trace the car. Although Kawai-san doesn't need this, he can see it clearly. The judges want this. So yeah.
Ok. Donc, il y a besoin de prendre plusieurs images pour suivre en fait la trajectoire de la molécule avec différentes résolutions pour pouvoir l'envisager justement sur une grande zone et puis sur des plus petites zones pour voir le détail de la trajectoire. So you said that he's a driver. So who are you, all of you four? Yeah, I mean, what are your different roles in the team?
Yes, I am a driver, and this is Kawai, and these two persons, Jonathan Hill and Daniel, they are synthesized this molecule. And he's a Tsumo-san, outreach, yeah.
For PR, I'm a PR role for information for general public. Mm-hmm. And Daniel-san, maybe your role.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to talk or do you want me to talk? No, you carry on.
Okay, so so I work with John. John is what was your official title? Synthesis director? Synthesis boss, the boss of synthesis, the master of synthesis. And I work with John, so we worked on the synthesis of the car, which we then hand to Kawai-san, who does some further on-surface synthesis, and then drives the car.
Voilà, donc dans cette équipe, une répartition des rôles entre la synthèse de la molécule côté chimiste et les personnes qui vont la faire avancer. And so how are you working together to make the molecule? Are you creating something, then he's testing it, and then you're making improvements? Or
So yes, I guess so. It's over the past several since we've made several phases, and then Kawai-san comes back and explains what he observes and how he thinks maybe it can be improved, and then we look at what Kawai-san asks for and see what is then possible synthetically, because sometimes not everything is possible in synthesis.
Voilà, donc du coup des allers-retours réguliers entre l'équipe des chimistes qui va synthétiser la molécule et l'équipe qui va faire avancer la molécule et donc la tester, puis revenir vers l'équipe des chimistes pour proposer des améliorations éventuelles. Et si celles-ci sont réalisables, elles sont alors réalisées. Okay, now personal question. What is particularly interesting you in that race?
I mean, I'm not the director.
Okay. I was delegating the duties there, so that's what I'm supposed to do. Sorry, what was the question again?
What is really interesting for you in that race?
Well, it's mostly. I mean, for us, it's mostly about synthetic challenge. So we usually, when we're making things, we decide what we can make on the basis of what we know we can make. But in this case, we have some demand from what is the requirement of the NanoCar race and what is the requirement for us to be able to operate the car. So then we have to design the molecule and then we have to try and make it. So this is the main interesting point, I think. And then, the possibility of winning is no, it's not possible apparently. So, it's mainly the challenge of having to make something, which we wouldn't normally have a chance to make. So that's from our point of view as synthetic chemist. But then the other aspects of it are more to do with how the molecule behaves and how we can obey the laws of the race. So, generally kind of challenging, a bit difficult, and it's difficult, isn't it? No, anyway, I mean, at the beginning we had some trouble identifying the design of the molecule that we want to use. Well, we did. He didn't. He knew what he wanted, so this also presents a problem as well for us. Yeah. And so we enjoy the challenge of making the new molecule, basically. Yeah. Sorry, did I say too much?
Okay. And you, what are you enjoying in driving the car in that race?
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit related to my previous work. I mean, because at the moment it's sticky slider, but before that it's a slippy slider. I mean, which means actually the keyword kind of, I mean, super lubric situation. And since we have a large pi system, and then the friction between this molecule and the substrate is really low, because the, let's say, lattice distance of this product and substrate does not match at all. That gives a good low friction situation. Then in this case, we thought we can use a good nanocar. So that's my concept of this car.
So thank you very much for your time and good luck.
Thank you.
On the end of the race. Et à présent, une rediffusion sur la boule d'une vidéo explicative autour de ce lieu. So now a short video about la boule, so where we are actually.
Alors nous sommes ici devant le bâtiment où se déroule la course de nanovoitures, c'est-à-dire en fait l'endroit où vont se trouver les équipes qui vont contrôler ces fameuses nanovoitures. Ce bâtiment, comme vous le voyez, est très particulier, il a une forme aisément reconnaissable. Et même ici à Toulouse, souvent les gens se demandent qu'est-ce que c'est que ce bâtiment en forme de boule et qu'est-ce qu'il y a dedans. Alors pour le savoir, nous allons pénétrer dans cette boule. Alors nous avons ici un générateur de très haute tension qui fonctionnait sous 1 million de volts. Ce générateur alimentait un microscope électronique, on devrait dire plutôt un microscope à électrons, puisque ces microscopes utilisent les électrons de la même façon que l'on utilise la lumière conventionnelle dans un microscope classique. Le microscope était à l'étage inférieur et il est aujourd'hui démonté. Le générateur que l'on voit ici, il est remarquable par ses dimensions, par ses formes arrondies très particulières, dictées par la technologie des hautes tensions. On voit une série d'étages faisant monter progressivement la tension continue par 100 000 volts à la fois, à partir d'une source de tension alternative. Cette tension de 1 million de volts était ensuite transférée vers le sommet de la colonne de gauche où se trouvait un canon à électrons et les électrons étaient projetés vers le bas à une très grande vitesse. Ces électrons permettaient d'obtenir une image dans le microscope à électrons situé à l'étage inférieur. Alors ce microscope a été construit en 1959 par le professeur Gaston Dupouille de l'Université de Toulouse, membre de l'Académie des sciences. Le professeur Dupouille avait mis au point cet appareillage qui était un des plus puissants du monde à l'époque pour étudier en particulier des matériaux métalliques parce que les électrons accélérés à très grande vitesse ont un excellent pouvoir de pénétration. Mais on pouvait aussi faire des études sur des matériaux biologiques, ce qui était une avancée très remarquable. Ainsi, ce générateur, particulièrement photogénique, de par ses formes et ses dimensions, et la complexité de sa structure, est inclus dans une sphère métallique de 24 mètres de diamètre. Par ailleurs, il fallait que la partie haute tension du montage soit séparée d'au moins 6 mètres de la paroi du bâtiment, qui elle est évidemment au potentiel zéro, ceci afin d'éviter un violent claquage. Une question qu'on s'est souvent posée, c'est fallait-il un bâtiment avec cette forme particulière sphérique? Eh bien, ce fut un choix de l'architecte qui a... Camille Montagnier, Grand Prix de Rome, à réaliser un bâtiment en harmonie avec son contenu. Il a eu les moyens pour cela, car il aurait été certainement plus simple de construire un bâtiment banal, plus ou moins cubique. Mais il a pu se faire plaisir et ainsi il a pu faire plaisir aux générations futures avec cette forme parfaite, aisément reconnaissable, qui donne son identité au laboratoire. D'ailleurs, c'est probablement à cause de cette correspondance entre le bâtiment et son contenu que ce générateur est le seul au monde à avoir été conservé dans son lieu d'origine. Ce site a une allure de science-fiction des années 50, car à cette époque, ce type d'installation à haute tension est apparu dans certaines bandes dessinées, notamment la série Black et Mortimer. Par exemple, dans La Marque jaune, qui date de 1955, une planche représente un événement qui, heureusement, ne s'est jamais produit ici, c'est-à-dire une décharge géante qui aurait eu des conséquences catastrophiques et évidemment mortelles. Encore aujourd'hui, ce lieu inspire des artistes comme décor insolite procurant une ambiance vraiment fantastique, ceci pour des tournages de films, des clips vidéo et également pour l'enregistrement de musique rock, mais à condition bien entendu de ne pas craindre l'écho qui est vraiment considérable. Cependant, nous sommes avant tout dans un lieu chargé d'histoire scientifique. Le microscope à électrons de Gaston Dupouille, situé à l'étage inférieur, a été démonté, mais je vous rassure, il y a toujours une activité scientifique dans ce bâtiment, avec sous nos pieds des microscopes plus modernes, aux propriétés optiques remarquables et inégalées, qui permettent de faire indiscutablement de la science du XXIe siècle.
We are standing in front of this spherical building, which is known as La Boule, the name of the ball used in the French game of bowls. It houses the world's first high-voltage electron microscope, the brainchild of Professor Gaston Dupouille, who wanted to see living material at the very high resolutions obtainable in an electron microscope. It is usually impossible to see living material in an electron microscope because the interior is a perfect vacuum. Dupouille decided to insert a small capsule in the microscope containing air and water vapor in which a bacterium or a virus could live. The electrons have a very poor penetrating power, and so that they could travel through the capsule, it was necessary to operate at very high voltage, as we shall see. We are in the upper hemisphere of the boule, and in front of us are the three elements that help to accelerate the electrons. On the right, we have what is known as a Cockcroft-Walton accelerator, or voltage doubler, named after Cockcroft and Walton, who just 90 years ago split the atom with the aid of just such an accelerator. On the far side, we have the accelerator structure, which enables us to bring the electrons almost to the velocity of light. And then we have the first part of the microscope itself. We have all these resistances which are carrying the high voltage across from the voltage generator to the accelerator structure. And so each time the electrons see a new stage in their voyage down to the microscope. They're accelerated a little more, and at the bottom they can be be traveling really very close to the velocity at the speed of light. Underneath, we shall see separately, is the microscope itself, which came into operation in 1959 and produced its first images, its first published images, in 1960. The host site was opened by the Général de Gaulle in a formal opening, and the microscope worked perfectly from day one. The reason why it's a sphere is not quite clear. One argument is that you must not have any sharp corners near the high voltage, otherwise the sparks would fly across like lightning. It would have been perfectly reasonable to have a square building with curved corners. In my opinion, the real reason was that Dupuy wanted something spectacular. He was severely criticized for, quotes, wasting public money on a project that was doomed to failure. It was important for him that it should seem striking and imposing. And indeed, this was the only CNRS laboratory of which you could buy a postcard in those days. His calculations of this design were brilliantly successful. The microscope worked perfectly for several decades, but unfortunately, it did not show living specimens. The atmosphere inside the microscope was too hostile, containing hard X-rays which are lethal to living material. But the microscope was used by biologists, by metallurgists, by a whole family of users, and they obtained results that could be images that could be obtained in no other way. The spectacular aspect of this building attracted many uses which are very far from physics. The one that I like best is the request by a fashion house or a fashion magazine to bring their top models here and photograph the latest fashions in front of this this extraordinary object, extraordinary for them, of course. But unfortunately, the director of the lab at the time felt that this was too frivolous and refused. It should not be thought that this building is just a museum for the parts you have seen. The ground floor houses many very modern, extremely modern microscopes and is used every day by the research personnel of the laboratory for their studies.
So you're turning around? Yeah, like a Formula One. Yeah, we're currently on the third round. Yeah, we didn't expect staying awake for 24 hours.
Okay, this one is moving still.
Just making this movie here.
Yeah, treating you as well.
Simply scan this one and then take 100 and then move down. I guess that's the plan. Or need to go up.
So you're doing this now. You were doing this from the beginning.
Yeah, but I was doing some peaks of it. It's not straight. So when we move,
I mean, if we can keep low enough, then we should be able to cut.
and then we make tiny 10 by 10, and then we follow the monitor with the 10 by 10. Then I'm taking this 10 by 10, then in the 30 by 30, just make it match with the defects and structure and so on, then make the molecule, just bring the molecule and make it to the because we were giving them just yeah, but I did that at the beginning. So you did as well. But then I look at the movie and say, okay, with what we did, it's impossible. If you do a nice little scale image each time, but if you do that, then you break the tip after 2 minutes.
Is there a hole comes up?
Who I also who I tried twice and tried it, but said half of the driving time was taken up doing the scans of the surface
And
the
that's the
images
other
that they were asking for. John's been sat there now for how many hours trying to pattern that. Blue squares on grayscale squares.
Who gets used to in the field of scanning for microscope, but we have to do it.
So Sumo-san is our PR team who did all of our promotional gear, towels, jackets, shirts.
We are moving. I think the second round was maybe locked. I'm restarting the new ones. This is our car. No, we have a very nice track all the way. Hoping that this time we will have a very nice.
Yes, this is something. Yeah, that was a hole. No, that was vacant.
So you guys just got one
disappear. I think Eric, my student, I think he's still sleeping because
which is okay.
Oh, I see. Okay.
This one, I don't know.
That will be in the next hour.
Yeah.
What about 3? 3 is pretty close. 5 plus 3, I see it's about 20-25 minutes. Okay. So we need to go and find out.
Por eso estás siempre.
Planning to prepare for your trip. Dear customer, your flight to London. 18th March. BA, yeah. If you will arrive from abroad after Friday 18th of March, you do not need to take a COVID test. Fill our UK passport locator form. This applies whether you're vaccinated or not. You will not need to quarantine when you arrive. Check your travel documents. It might be different.
That might be, because there was a problem, you know? It might be the shortest way.
Rest of or but this is nice because if it wants to move, then hopefully it's stop here. No, here. This one. Okay.
At the same class all the time.
If it's this one as well,
But in fact, no.
Yeah. Exactly. Then I will stop it somewhere. Just move we can
Hey, are you sleeping or what? Oh, there is a kind of the interview next 20 minutes. Yeah, and yeah, okay. Okay, bye.
Aquí a todos nos da igual ganar hasta que no vamos ganando. Tú sabrás.
Se acumula el trabajo, colega.
No voy a llegar y no me voy a estresar.
Yeah. So I will try to scan now. And just keep it running. Yeah. Because we need an image, so then this will be from here to here if it's here. This is new though. This behavior is a bit new. Yeah, but in the lab, yeah. I mean, even if it's half, should be okay. Good. So really, we should be here. Should I take an image or go one more to the side?
Trajectory. You need some help for the trajectory.
Ya tengo otra.
Okay. Yes, and this is allowed because we are.
Okay, so we need to prepare the next movie. So I think I have to restart another sequence. So that sequence.
Yeah, but I see where it's going.
I think the one we have is on.
Let me move it a little bit more. I will put it to the background.
I believe that should at least 60 or 70.
This one must be.
But there was so much against us. Let's say we try to go 315.
Simplemente que me digas si tengo que cambiar.
But this is not a bad area. I mean, we can go at least one more 30.
Yes, let's go there and then we will go up.
Yeah.
Me encanta mi tarea. Y ahora ya. ¿Qué ha pasado aquí?
The last time I cleaned, I did it by voltage calculation. demands from the kink for moving, and I was very happy to see that. Oh, okay, kink molecules as well.
Yo no tengo más tarea por ahora. Eso se hace. Yo tengo trabajo.
Ya.
Cada uno.
Okay, we trim it. Such what is
Cuéntame algo.
No, ahora no es
one or zero?
Te parece cuando me baño.
Like it when it does what I wanted to do. Okay, here. This good. No, sometimes it's stuck, and then we have to make sure.
No estamos haciendo ningún del back para ver mis velocidades.
No, porque es
1 hour 24. I think it's good. Okay, at this point, it probably has gone up, so I will try here. It's in between there are the kinks. And the current is not so okay, here we go. I think we have to, yeah. No.
Vale, espérate, pero este clase es ¿ves?
Ya, pero no me da buen rollo.
No, pero esta
Yeah,
sería
but I can put that ordenador. So let's say something like this in case we don't know. Wait, I will do it like this. We see the other kink. Some people are hanging out there. 2 molecules.
Vamos a hacer una prueba rápida si estoy haciendo bien.
Okay, so this one is moved by itself, which is good.
Obviamente no lo has hecho bien. No sé qué has
He hecho todo lo que me has dicho tú. Yeah, this was the original one that we wanted to make, but
Esa en concreto.
so we know this is quite secure.
Los 512
So this is
habrás
not
puesto
the step
51.
Entonces esta es, ¿cuál era esta?
Por la fecha, o sea, por la esta 0245.
Okay.
Pero eso es cuando yo la he hecho, no sé cuándo era. A ver, cállate un segundo.
Que no, que este es que...
We can have a look at the
Venga,
Obvio que Italia.
claro, es que...
100 nanometer again.
Va a ser 64.
Because we can go up. Up
Si ahí pone
was
0240
here, yeah.
porque tú has hecho 0240. Me cayeron los tallos. Yo voy aquí a un ritmo trepidante.
A ver, ¿qué cojones? Should we remove that guy? This one? So this one we tried to pulse, it wasn't really moving.
Yeah, but you can pass.
No, you can try a lateral manipulation.
Calla, no, para de tomar un segundo. Bueno, no,
Capaz de tomar, no faltaba.
Yeah. I can try going like this and we just don't count it. It's difficult. Yeah.
Down?
Down?
You go near to that guy and then
But for that I have to take 100 nanometer. I stop here. Yeah. Yes, exactly.
I have to start a new batch I'm working on.
You have the trace for the third core.
I think here we can take a complete image and then we have this and then we take 100.
Now I'm starting a new batch.
And also this one looks like bigger.
Issues with disturbances.
ya sabía yo que...
No, es que me ha pasado ya eso.
It's just a microphone. Say it louder.
Or the single rudder is already captured by this microphone.
The next letter says,
Or if Mr. Sumo's analysis is true, the next letter will be Mr. Sumo has had a concrete block tied around his legs and thrown into Tokyo Bay.
Not so bad. Tokyo Bay started to become a sandbox. And the fish came back.
Just here and started.
Yeah. Just in case if it's moved very fast. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's some more ready as well.
Bad now, internet somehow. Like it's really lagging.
How far away are we from the turn?
We have to cross around here.
Yeah. Okay, guys, that's slowed down quite a bit.
I mean, what did you expect?
But then this one we can finish as well. The image, it's moved a bit, and then I can just go down here. I mean, this is just 2 nanometers, maybe not more. Then this is this track is done.
Yeah, but these are 2 already.
I think once we get to
This guy is brought all the way up.
So just below the red dot, that's around 700 total distance.
That's enough.
This line has gone all the way, so I'm not
Are you
You
sure
can
you're
bring
under
these ones, but they are halfway.
you want to increase the
You can see that it's
calibration on the X-Y
this from
Then there's
still he wants to move sideways, going people.
It's 3 AM, he's getting a heat.
second place would still be nice.
Yeah, it got a bit stuck at the... Yeah, it got a bit stuck
Yeah,
at
this
the
one
elbow.
we tried already because we moved this guy originally from an HCP, so this one works.
By what?
Is that
What if we
It's very...
10
nano.
stands a chance of destroying it?
I think it's something like
Maybe we can do that once it gets to a certain point.
I already experienced the explosion.
Hasta que no cojas un CEO, no tiene una opinión al respecto. Yo creo que son dos cosas independientes que van a aparecer. Si mientras no se enseñe, haces lo que pone. Está bien, porque ahora no cae casi
Only 8 hours remaining, guys. Only 8.
That's a lot of time.
Vete un poco cuchillo antes hacia la derecha en una zona donde no nos haya... Si soltamos un bajón, no nos cargamos nada.
See, gone.
Okay, this is the solitron that I can be able to So I can go one more here, and then no, I will move and then take it behind this one. No, 100 nanometers.
Pero con 0,2. Z RAM, ¿no?
Should be.
Aquí, directamente.
No, but it's also
A ver qué hace la Z.
orientation.
Poca cosa que la Z. Intenta más. Intenta aquí más.
Yeah. This would be also nice. Yeah, exactly.
Pero no indagar en la cara, hacer una chica suelta mierda. Bueno, mira.
But we had also the synthesis
No cambies el contexto para hacerlo.
last molecule that got stuck. There was a ball, we put a molecule on there and then it was moving together. Voltage pulse induced. Yes.
Vas a escanear
Nice to know.
Okay. A ver, ahí.
So then I think I can stop it here.
De retour dans cette session en direct de la NanoCar Race à Toulouse. Il est actuellement 3h du matin, donc à Toulouse, 11h du matin à Tokyo et 22h à Washington. Pendant l'heure précédente, nous avons discuté avec deux équipes, l'équipe 8 de Toulouse-Nara et l'équipe 7 de Tsukuba. Dans la prochaine heure, nous allons discuter avec deux autres équipes, l'équipe 6 de l'Ohio et l'équipe 5 de Strasbourg. Nous apprendrons également dans le cadre d'une vidéo comment fonctionne un microscope à effet tunnel. Puis nous intéresserons dans le cadre d'un débat à la question de savoir ce qui est préférable pour faire avancer une nano-voiture, des roues, des pagaies ou des jambes. Quels sont les avantages techniques de chacune des solutions? Est-ce qu'il y a des avantages techniques ou non? So hello to everybody. Back again in the live session of that NanoCar race. It's now 3 a.m. in Toulouse, 11 a.m. in Tokyo and 10 p.m. in Washington. Previously, we've discussed briefly with Team 8 from Toulouse-Nara and Team 7 from Tsukuba. And in the next hour, we are going to discuss again, but that time with Team 6 from Ohio and Team 5 from Strasbourg. And then we'll learn how STM is working. And then get interested in the question to know what's better for a nanocar, wheels, paddles or legs. So now we're going to discuss with Team 6. Et à présent, nous allons discuter avec l'équipe numéro 6 de l'Ohio. Hi.
Hello.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, bonjour.
So I'm here with Team 6 from Ohio. Could you present us the people here?
Okay, so here we have Sowerla, who is a professor of physics at Ohio University, and his graduate student Sineth. And I'm Eric Masson, I'm the chemist, so my group designed and synthesized the car.
Okay, and so, donc, comment est-ce que ça se passe jusqu'à présent? How are the things going on?
Donc les choses vont beaucoup mieux que ce matin. Hein. On a eu un départ un peu lent, on a eu des problèmes avec notre voiture, on n'arrivait pas à la déplacer. Donc en fait ce qu'on a décidé de faire, c'est qu'au lieu de déplacer toute la voiture, on a décidé de simplement déplacer une roue. Et alors là par contre ça va beaucoup mieux. Déjà on a de jolies images et puis on peut la contrôler de manière vraiment précise. Le portail, le dessus de la roue est négativement chargé. Donc ce qu'on fait, c'est qu'on applique un voltage négatif tout près du sommet de la roue et ça entraîne une répulsion et par conséquent on arrive à pousser la roue. En plus, ce qui est amusant, c'est que les gens qui travaillent dans ce domaine, dans le domaine des cucurbituryls, savent que le pourtour équatorial du cucurbituryl est partiellement positivement chargé et interagit avec des anions chlorures. Et on arrive à voir exactement la même chose ici. On a notre CB, notre cucurbituryl, qui se fait attirer par les anions chlorures qui servent en somme de pivot et qui guident aussi la roue sur son trajet. Donc la chimie, on arrive à retrouver certains concepts qu'on connaît dans la chimie du cucurbituryl et on est content parce qu'on a réussi à piloter notre roue sur en tout cas une bonne 50aine de nanomètres. Donc ça va mieux que ce matin. Sure. So, as I was saying in French, it's going much better than this morning. We started the morning by trying to drive a big car with a chassis and 2 wheels, and that wasn't going too well. I mean, it's very big and it's very mobile, so it drifted a lot. So what we decided to do is to just move 1 wheel, and we can control it very nicely. Everybody familiar with cucurbituryl chemistry knows that there is a partially negative portal on cucurbituryls. So in order to move the cucurbituryl unit, we apply a negative voltage bias to the tip of the STM, and that pushes the wheel. And also the equatorial rim of cucurbituryl is partially positively charged, and it's well known in the literature that there are interactions between anions and the equatorial portal. And we can also see that here, chloride anions on the surface tend to act as pivot and attract CB towards the chloride and guide it along the way on the track. So we're pretty happy because right now we are at about, I would say, 50 nanometer along our track. So not bad. I mean, it's definitely much better than this morning.
Yeah, for sure. So can you perhaps show us some images and show with the mouse on the screen? Est-ce que vous pouvez nous montrer quelques images de votre trajectoire jusqu'à présent?
In that case, I think I will let my colleagues Saul and Sineth show you some molecules. Sineth, do you have something to show? Like the last one? A nice run? Okay, so yeah, you want to go ahead?
Yep, so the molecule is here, and we try to move it along the FCC region, and then it comes to here, still in the FCC region, and it crosses, because there is an obstacle with oxygen, right? So it crosses, and then slowly crossing into the next FCC region. Now it is on the FCC region again. Okay, so we are trying to cross again. Okay, so here it comes into some obstacle with the dirt, so we have to cross that or bypass that. And then it's here to the left. And now again on the FCC region, going up. And then because of this obstacle, we go to the left. And now it is here. Going up. Again another obstacle, so move to the right. Yeah.
So basically what we can see here is that we've got plenty of obstacles on the track. So a lot of chloride and ions and quite a few other things. So we really have to play slalom in order to move our wheel. But it's fine. That's part of the fun, and it's going well.
Et à ce titre, est-ce que les frontières de piste sont considérées comme des obstacles? Enfin, comment est-ce qu'on peut les sauter, les passer? So how can you cross?
Avec un voltage négatif, on arrive à pousser non seulement le long d'un sillon, mais on arrive aussi à traverser le sillon. Ce qu'on a remarqué, c'est que si on veut traverser un sillon de manière efficace, on peut appliquer un voltage positif et attirer la roue vers nous. Ça aide, mais en on a eu 2 fois le même problème quand on a essayé de faire ça. Si on applique un voltage positif à la sommet de la pointe, elle attire le portail négatif du cucurbituril. Et ça, bien sûr, aussi, c'est connu dans cette chimie. Donc on a perdu deux roues avec ce petit jeu. Donc en général, ce qu'on essaie de faire maintenant, c'est de la pousser avec un voltage négatif pour éviter ce genre de problème. Mais on peut aller le long d'un sillon et on peut aussi traverser. Donc, pas de problème. Sure. So one way to so do you want to explain the positive bias, negative bias, and
sure. So the positive bias is that you apply the positive field, and if the molecule has kind of a positive charge, you have a Coulomb repulsion. So that pushes out the molecule. If the receptor is negatively charged, you have attractive interactions. So what we are doing is we are basically using the Coulomb interactions either to push it out or pull it up. Depends on the barriers and the location. We can change the direction. That's a nice thing about the cars of the Eric method. Yeah.
Thanks.
So that's your car. Donc c'est votre voiture.
It's our group's car, right? And my graduate students who prepared the car. So I'm very grateful to my talented graduate students if they are listening to me here.
Ok, et est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler un peu, donc vous avez parlé des obstacles, mais des virages, donc du côté technique qu'il y a dans les virages. So is it difficult to turn?
I mean, we still use the same strategy, so negative bias, and the car moves opposite from the pulse. So if we want to turn, we just change the direction of the pulse, and it will turn. So that we can control. We can control really well at the moment.
Nice. So now a more personal question from all of you three. What's for you is interesting in that race?
So there are several things, right? I mean, at the beginning, the idea was to see whether we could move a large, assembly. This time we're not that successful. But here, I think, to me, since I'm into the cucurbituril field, it's to see how we can apply what we know in solution to now surfaces. And it's quite funny to see some, things that we know takes place in solution or even in the solid state. To see that working on a surface is quite nice. And of course, to see the structure of cucurbituril on a solid surface, well, it's nice. So that's the scientific part of it, I would say. And of course, there is all the outreach aspect that I have already mentioned before, that we want to show the public that chemistry is fun and physics is fun. And it's like playing Lego, but discovering new science while playing Lego. So I think for us that's very important also.
Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
I'm going to move now.
Right.
And good luck for the end of the race. Donc à présent, nous allons vers l'équipe numéro 5 de Strasbourg. Now the team 5 from Strasbourg. Hello. Who wants to speak with me?
We can share the mic.
Okay, so can you present the team briefly?
Sure. So we have on the left Guillaume Schul, who is a physicist, a CNS director from working at the University of Strasbourg. We have also Anna Oslovska on the right, who is actually a postdoc working in the group of Guillaume Schul. And I'm myself, Henri-Pierre Jacquot-Rouville, who is a CNRS researcher at the University of Strasbourg.
Okay, and so what are your different roles in the team from the race?
So I'm the chemist, so I was the guy making the molecule at the bench. So I was kind of like the designer and also the synthetic chemist making the molecule. And Guillaume and Anna are more like physicists, pilots, if you don't mind, manipulating, manipulating the molecule on the surface using the STM. Yeah.
Okay, so can you explain us what we have on screen?
on the screen right there. So maybe Guillaume,
for example, or if you want to show some images, so also possible.
So what are we looking at? So what we have is the controller of the NanoCar. So this is where we can pilot it. And we have different information here. Of course, we have the images. This is what you all are looking at for now several hours. But for us, we want to, since the acquisition of these images is really slow, so we need to have some other parameter that we can follow in real time so that we know what happens. So what Anna is currently doing is she's moving her tip towards the molecule and she's following what the distance and the current are doing. So we have these two parameters. The distance is the distance between the tip and the molecule. And of course, if you're getting closer to the molecule, this distance will decrease somehow. And at the same time, the current will increase. So we have more current when we're on top of the molecule, and when we leave the molecule, a little bit less. And that helps us to know if we are still on top of the car or not. And then when we move a little bit away from the car, this current is getting down because we're getting further. And then suddenly the molecule is jumping. So the car is driving and then we see it there. So this is how we monitor this manipulation of the car. And then we do that repetitively now for hours. So which at some point gets a little bit, no, it's still fun, but 24 hours will be enough, I guess.
Okay, thank you. And how is the race going on for you until now?
I mean, it's honestly much better than we expected. So it's quite moving quite slowly. So we are, as we said from the beginning, we are certainly not the fastest, but we discovered that our molecule is quite robust. And contrarily to some other teams that ran very fast at the beginning, but realized their molecule eventually got broken or lost, I mean, ours is still there. So we are going on, and by now we are, I think, third of this race. So there is two teams we cannot compete with. They have two good molecules and good pilots, but we are on the solid third position, and we are really happy with it.
Congratulations. Can you explain us briefly how is molecule, how it is built?
Okay. So how is the molecule? So our molecule is composed of two wheels or two legs. Actually, it's not wheels because wheels are rotating. So two legs composed of iridium complexes, and there is also in between a small polyaromatic platform. So basically, the overall shape of the molecule looks like a hoverboard, and it has a quite fairly nice dipole moment that allows the molecule to move on the surface thanks to the tip.
Thank you. Now a more personal question. What's particularly interesting you three in that race?
Okay, so actually the idea was to be part of this race in order to start a new collaboration with Guillaume and Anna. So this idea is to have a long-term collaboration that could fit Guillaume's interests, which are a little bit far from the manipulation of molecules. He's more looking at the optical properties of the single molecules on surfaces by injecting energy thanks to the tip. So this is in this kind of spirit we were part of this race.
Yeah. Just to complement a bit, I mean, here we are using more or less the electrons of the Toulouse microscope to move the molecule, so as some kind of fuel for the motion of the molecule. What we are usually doing is we are using this same electron and the energy of this electron to excite some light. And this is the light emitted by the molecule that we are generally interested in. So the mechanisms are not the same, but they are quite close. And by somehow learning from one, we also hope to learn from the other. And as HP say, I mean, we also choose this molecule for its optical property. So somehow it's combined this motion property with some optical property we would be thrilled to study now a bit more in detail. So there is a bit of fun of doing it for sure, but there is also quite some more profound interest.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time and good luck for the race and the end of the night, of course. Voilà, et à présent, quelques vidéos pour expliquer ce qu'est un microscope à effet tunnel et puis le débat sur la construction de la molécule. So now something about how STM works and what is an STM, and then a debate.
Have a halfway image here because then they will see we can movement of the camera, let's say. That is 3 minutes. We give the molecule time to discharge the charge accumulation. Ancient Asian recipe.
My nails.
STM, c'est l'abréviation en anglais de Scanning, Tunneling et Microscopie. Et en français, ça donne le microscope à effet tunnel. Alors le principe, on va l'expliquer sur ce schéma. On a une pointe métallique, il y a un réservoir d'électrons. Ici, il y a plein d'électrons. Il y a une surface d'un échantillon aussi métallique, avec plein d'électrons. Et entre les deux, il y a du vide. Normalement, les électrons ne peuvent pas passer dans le vide, c'est pas possible. Sauf qu'il y a un effet quantique qu'on appelle l'effet tunnel. Et lorsqu'on applique une tension entre la pointe et la surface, qui est représentée ici par une différence de niveau, les électrons peuvent passer dans le vide pour passer de la pointe à la surface. Ça s'appelle l'effet tunnel parce que les électrons passent dans un tunnel qui crée dans le vide. Normalement, ils ne devraient pas, mais là, ça marche. Et donc, on a les électrons qui passent de la pointe à la surface. Ces électrons, donc, du coup, vont générer un courant et on va se servir de ce courant, de ces électrons qui passent entre la pointe et la surface, pour aller observer la surface avec une résolution atomique. Alors ça, c'est l'aspect, on va dire, théorique. Après, il y a l'aspect un peu pratique. Pour que les électrons puissent passer, il faut que la pointe, bon, d'une part, soit très très fine. Donc on a une pointe qu'on va affiner avec de l'électrochimie. Et ici, on a quelques atomes en bout de la pointe. On a la surface, ici, dans notre cas, c'est de l'or. Et on va approcher la pointe de la surface avec une distance qui est de l'ordre du nanomètre. 1 millionième de millimètre. Donc, un nanomètre, c'est 1 million de fois plus petit qu'un millimètre. Très, très près. Et à ce moment-là, effectivement, il va y avoir un courant qui va passer entre la pointe et la surface. On se sert de ce courant pour, après, faire ce qu'on appelle un balayage de la surface. Donc on va balayer la surface. Et en fait, comme le courant décroît très vite avec la distance, on va pouvoir suivre vraiment la rugosité de la surface avec cette pointe qui se promène jusqu'à avoir les atomes. On peut voir les atomes avec le microscope à effet tunnel. Donc, pareil, tout ça, c'est le principe. Quand on regarde comment fonctionne un microscope à effet tunnel, en fait, on a donc la pointe avec son tube piezo qui permet de faire des déplacements très très petits, puisqu'il faut qu'on fasse des déplacements à l'échelle atomique, c'est-à-dire des déplacements avec une précision du picomètre. C'est pour ça que le bâtiment s'appelle Picolab d'ailleurs. Le picomètre, c'est 10-12 mètres, c'est 1 milliardième de millimètre. C'est tout petit, précision infime. Donc on va essayer de déplacer cette pointe avec une précision de 1 milliardième de millimètre. Le gros problème, c'est que d'un point de vue mécanique, en fait, ça ressemble à un U. C'est-à-dire qu'on a la surface ici, on a la pointe là, et ça s'appelle un diapason. C'est-à-dire que ça oscille très facilement, mécaniquement parlant. Donc en fait, ces équipements sont ultra sensibles aux vibrations. Donc qu'est-ce qu'on fait? On va mettre ce microscope à effet tunnel, qui s'appelle STM, on va le suspendre avec des ressorts. Déjà, ça va enlever pas mal de vibrations. Ce qu'on a fait, nous, en plus, avec ce bâtiment, c'est qu'on a traité l'ensemble du bâtiment pour éviter qu'il vibre et qu'il transmette des vibrations au microscope sur lequel va avoir lieu la course.
Alors, bienvenue à notre premier débat, co-animé par Henri-Pierre Jacques-Audrouville de l'équipe de Strasbourg et Éric Masson de l'équipe de l'Ohio. Et donc, le sujet de ce débat est qu'est-ce qui vaut mieux pour la molécule, plutôt des roues ou des jambes pour la faire avancer?
Ou des pagaies.
Ou des pagaies.
So the subject of this first debate is, do we need legs, paddle or wheels to move a molecule on a surface in a controlled way?
Ouais, donc on va commencer peut-être. Ouais. Alors déjà, ce qu'on peut déjà dire, c'est mentionner, c'est qu'on a déjà un premier retour sur la première course de nano-voiture qui a eu lieu en 2017. Donc, en fait, déjà des équipes avaient des roues, des pattes, et puis il y en a même qui avaient rien du tout en fait. Hein. Je sais pas si tu te rappelles.
Donc nous, on avait des roues, hein, on avait quatre roues. Et vous aussi, mais...
Nous, on avait 4 roues, ouais.
Mais ça avait tendance à coller un peu, tandis que chez nous, ça collait pas. Donc c'était en fait problématique, je dirais, sur les deux côtés. Hein.
Ouais. C'est vrai que nous, on avait plutôt des roues en forme d'étoile un peu. Hein. L'idée, c'était de dire qu'une surface d'or, c'est plutôt bosselé en fait. Hein. Et donc, la première idée, c'était de dire si on a une sorte de roue en étoile, on peut imaginer que ça va faire un effet de levier et la roue va tourner. Et en fait, nous, dans notre cas, au cours de cette première NanoCar Race, on a eu des roues qui tournaient, mais en poussant la voiture, donc sans mettre de fuel dans la machine.
Et dans notre cas, on avait donc 4 roues et des roues extrêmement lisses, vraiment comme des roues de voiture. Alors l'avantage, c'est que ça séparait bien le châssis de la route, donc c'est pratique. Mais le problème, c'est qu'elles étaient tellement lisses, c'est que dès qu'on les excitait, en gros, dès qu'on essayait de les pousser, la voiture partait dans les décors, parce qu'en gros, il n'y a aucune barrière, ou alors la barrière est extrêmement faible, et la voiture part, et c'est extrêmement difficile de la contrôler.
Oui, ça c'est un bon point d'ailleurs, hein, parce qu'il faut trouver le bon compromis entre l'interaction de la molécule sur la surface et comment découpler la molécule de la surface pour éviter qu'elle glisse de trop.
En fait. Exactement. Ouais. Donc évidemment, si on maximise les interactions entre la voiture et la surface, l'interaction est trop forte et la voiture ne bouge pas. Et si on la surélève trop, par exemple si on utilise des vraies roues comme dans notre cas, où on a seulement 4 petits points de contact avec la surface, et dans ces cas-là, il n'y a pas assez de contact et elle bouge trop. Et trouver un compromis, c'est extrêmement difficile en fait, parce que tout dépend de la structure de la voiture.
I'm just going to do a little short summary in English. So they were asked what makes them choose a particular form of propulsion, a wheel or a paddle or a leg or a foot, and they learned some lessons from the last race in 2017. And basically it's a question of finding a balance between wheels or propulsion surface that is too smooth and one that is too rough. In one case it doesn't move because it slips too easily. In the other case it gets stuck because there's too much friction.
And basically, to answer your question directly, do we need legs or do we need helices or do we need anything that has a well-defined shape? I would say the answer is no, we don't care. It really doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the overall interaction between the car and the surface. If it's too low, that's not too good. If it's too high, it's not too good either, and we need to find the right compromise.
Donc en fait, il n'y a pas de solution parfaite. Ça fait rien si c'est des roues ou si des pattes. Le plus important, c'est l'interaction avec la surface.
Exactement.
Et aussi la barrière de rotation. Quelle quantité d'énergie il faut fournir pour pouvoir passer d'une étape à l'autre. Vu que les mouvements sont quantized, comment est-ce qu'on va dire ça en français? Quantifiés. La question c'est quelle est la barrière nécessaire pour passer d'une étape à l'autre.
D'ailleurs, c'est la différence entre une roue et une patte. Voilà. Quand on y réfléchit, une roue va avoir tendance à tourner, tandis qu'une patte, ça sert juste à surélever le reste de la molécule de la surface.
Exactement.
Ouais, et ça, c'était un des enjeux aussi, je crois, pour nos deux équipes en 2017, où en fait, on voulait avoir des roues avec un phénomène de rotation contrôlée. Voilà. Ce qui n'est pas du tout dans les règles de la NanoCar Race actuelle, où le but du jeu, c'est d'aller le plus loin possible, sans forcément de rotation contrôlée ou quoi que ce soit.
Et dans notre cas, l'idée, c'était au lieu d'avoir qu'une seule molécule, c'était d'avoir un ensemble de molécules qui s'assemblent les unes dans les autres. Donc on avait un châssis et 4 roues. Cette fois-ci, on a un châssis et 2 roues. Mais l'idée est la même. On essaye d'assembler différentes molécules ensemble, d'obtenir un assemblage et de voir si on arrive à contrôler et à déplacer cet assemblage. Donc ce qu'on a actuellement, c'est un châssis qui ressemble à une... en anglais, on dira Segway. C'est une plateforme à 2 roues.
Oui, c'est pareil en français.
En français aussi, Segway. Ok, parfait. Et on a 2 roues qui s'enfilent sur le châssis. Le centre est positivement chargé. Donc normalement, si on applique un voltage positif, on devrait pouvoir repousser la voiture.
Ouais. Tu vois, nous, notre stratégie, là, cette année, c'est un peu différent. Parce que nous, on a mis le moment dipolaire, c'est-à-dire les charges dont tu parles, au niveau des roues. Okay. Avec nos complexes d'iridium. En fait, la position des atomes autour de cet atome d'iridium permet d'avoir un moment dipolaire important.
Voilà.
Donc en fait, c'est pas vraiment des roues, en fait, c'est plus aussi le moteur de notre voiture, si je puis dire.
Et ce qui est amusant, c'est qu'on a aussi de l'iridium. Donc on fonctionne les deux à l'iridium. À la base, on avait proposé un système avec 2 atomes de platine. Donc on aurait et la surface dehors. On a réussi à obtenir cette voiture, on a une image, mais elle ne bouge pas. Donc, probablement parce qu'on a une interaction trop forte entre le châssis et la surface. Donc ce qu'on a fait, c'est qu'on est passé d'un double-decker à un single-decker. On a un iridium au milieu, et puis 2 bras latéraux dans lesquels on enfonce nos roues cucurbituryl. Et cette fois-ci, le problème, c'est qu'il semble que l'interaction avec la surface est trop faible, et on est de nouveau dans un problème de contrôle où dès qu'on voit la voiture, mais dès qu'on essaye de la pousser, elle a tendance à partir trop vite. Donc pour le moment, c'est ça notre problème à l'heure actuelle. Ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'on arrive à avoir une roue par contre. On peut voir en gros une voiture qui a perdu une roue, et on peut voir la roue et on peut déplacer la roue, mais on préférerait déplacer la voiture plutôt que de déplacer la roue.
A little complicated to follow all that for me, but essentially the question seems to be again the way they assemble their cars, their nanocars, is to try and find the balance between excessive interactions with the surface and insufficient. In one case you have lack of movement, in the other case you have lack of control, and the chemical structure is altered in order to attempt to overcome that balance between the two.
And I think one issue we haven't debated is the total charge of the system, right? So, for example, in our case, the total charge is +3, right? It's a cation, and then we've got those anions, chloride anions, hanging around on the surface. What about yours? Is it neutral, or is it?
It's definitely neutral. We were scared that the molecule wouldn't survive the sublimation process. So, we started with a neutral molecule, which is pretty heavy too, 136 atoms. So we have a molecular weight of 1,500. So we were a bit of at the beginning scared that we wouldn't be able to have the molecule on the surface.
I see. Yeah.
Finally, there's a question of the charge. But here I'm a little lost, so maybe you can explain in French.
Oui.
Yep.
Faut le redire en français.
Ok, donc
le nombre de charges.
On peut déposer des voitures neutres. Donc, par exemple, l'ensemble de la voiture est neutre. On peut s'imaginer un composé solide d'une couleur donnée, c'est neutre, et on dépose ça sur la surface. Ou alors, on peut déposer un composé qui a un caractère ionique. Par exemple, on a la voiture elle-même qui est un cation, donc elle est positivement chargée, et bien sûr, pour obtenir un solide, on doit contrebalancer la charge positive avec une charge négative, qui dans notre cas est des ions chlorure.
Comme NaCl en fait.
En gros, comme du sel de cuisine.
Voilà, on a Na+
Sauf
d'un
que,
côté, c'est le moins de l'autre.
à la place d'avoir Na+, qui est juste une petite boule, nous on a une grosse voiture. Voilà.
Oui. Donc après, l'autre question qui se pose, c'est généralement où va le contre-ion, dans cette histoire.
Qu'est-ce qui forme des îlots, ce genre de choses.
Parce que dans l'ultra-vite, tu n'as pas besoin non plus d'avoir de contre-ion, théoriquement.
Voilà.
Parce que la surface peut compenser la charge.
Et donc ce qu'on voit probablement, c'est des îlots de chlorure, des îlots d'anions, ou alors des petites, comme des arbres qui poussent le long de la route. Et puis on voit la voiture positivement chargée qui essaie de se faufiler entre deux.
Okay.
Yeah. Shall we translate in English again?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't mind.
No, sure. What we mentioned is that when you have a positively charged nanocar, you need a counter ion to have a solid, which will be neutral. And so it's a bit like sodium chloride, the salt that you have on your table. You have Na plus and Cl minus. But in this particular case, in the case of Eric, he has a big Na plus, if I may say, and which is the car.
Right.
And the problem is to know under the UHV, ultra high vacuum conditions, where are the chlorides, and because you don't formally need them.
So not only where they are, but also whether they hinder the motion of the car,
The
right?
obstacles.
And in our case, we see islands, but we also see like scattered anions throughout the landscape. So like trees around the road.
Donc ça, yeah, you're welcome.
We have a little time left, not long. If there's anything else you want to add to.
Je crois que ce qu'il faut dire aussi, c'est que chacun vient avec son propre objectif dans la NanoCar Race. Donc il y en a qui veulent clairement aller le plus loin possible. Je crois que dans le cas d'Eric, je vais parler un peu pour toi, tu corrigeras, c'est déjà réussir à déposer des grosses architectures, des assemblages supramoléculaires sur une surface.
Voilà, ça je pense que c'est la clé. Non seulement arriver à déposer une molécule, mais arriver à déposer un ensemble de molécules cohérentes, qui en gros reste intact et qu'on peut manipuler comme tel, donc comme un ensemble de molécules. En gros, chaque fois qu'on essaie de la déplacer, on ne va pas détruire la voiture en 1000 morceaux. Donc ça, c'est l'objectif scientifique. Maintenant, évidemment, il y a aussi tout l'objectif comment dire en anglais, outreach, montrer en somme montrer au grand public que la science, la physique et la chimie, c'est vraiment intéressant, c'est chouette. Et non seulement on apprend des choses au niveau scientifique, par exemple, je vous parlais tout à l'heure de l'interaction entre les atomes de platine et les atomes d'or, alors l'interaction entre la molécule et la surface, ça c'est l'aspect scientifique, mais il y a aussi tout l'aspect, montrer au grand public et aussi aux jeunes, aux enfants, que la chimie et la physique c'est captivant, c'est fascinant, et qu'on a toujours quelque chose à apprendre. Dans mon cas, j'aime bien dire à mes étudiants qu'en fait ce qu'on fait, on joue au Lego, parce qu'on assemble des choses et puis ensuite on déplace les petites voitures sur la surface, mais c'est vraiment ça, il y a l'aspect jeu derrière, et ça je pense que c'est vraiment important aussi. C'est comme ça qu'on apprend en fait.
Oui, voilà, moi je crois que si c'est ça. Nous aussi, dans notre cas, on n'est pas venu vraiment pour forcément aller le plus vite possible. Je crois que le premier objectif, c'était de développer une collaboration à long terme entre nous à Strasbourg pour répondre à des questions qui sont liées à des phénomènes optiques, c'est-à-dire comment une molécule peut prendre de l'énergie sous forme d'électrons grâce à la pointe du STM. Donc comment elle utilise ce fuel d'électrons pour restituer de la lumière, comme un peu une diode, mais à l'échelle d'une molécule. Donc ça, c'était notre objectif à nous aussi premier.
Et comme dans toute conférence, il y a aussi l'aspect où on rencontre des collègues qui viennent du monde entier, et ça permet de créer de nouvelles collaborations. À l'espace de quelques heures, j'ai déjà parlé chimie avec plusieurs collègues, dont mon cher collègue ici présent. Donc, et c'est vraiment important, si on veut développer les connaissances tant au niveau de la chimie ou de la physique, de développer des collaborations, et ça on peut seulement les développer, je dirais, dans ce genre de cadre.
Oui, surtout le cadre de cet événement, en fait, il est très léger. C'est très informel, en fait. On n'est pas vraiment en compétition les uns avec les autres. Enfin, moi, je ne le ressens pas du tout comme ça. On est à côté, on échange beaucoup. Donc, je crois qu'aussi, c'est ça. Se rencontrer après le Covid, c'est très important. Pouvoir échanger les idées, confronter les idées et avoir de nouvelles idées. Ouais.
So to very quickly summarize, you were saying that both of you were saying a very important aspect of an event like this obviously there's the hard science, there's a scientific aspect. There's also showing children, young people, that science can be fun, that it can be light-hearted. Eric says it's like a form of Lego. And then also coming to an event like this, particularly after the pandemic, is a great experience and an opportunity to form new collaborations and to discuss ideas. Well, thank you very much. That's been really interesting.
Thanks.
Merci beaucoup.
This was something up there. But if this one does not want to move, we can try this side again and then change. First I would move this up, I guess.
Yes, for sure.
Hablo con esto. Claramente
Ah, yeah, and then we have one turn. Yeah.
Directamente muere la mano.
It looks like the scale is smaller than the actual one. Because if you measure like this, it's okay.
It's pretty good actually. It's the diameter is 1.3, so not bad. Okay.
Esta además va a ser la punta de nuestra vida. Ya no te vas a tocar más.
I can try one more here. Bring it further down from the hole, maybe just here.
Te digo, pues si lo quieres coger a medias, que lo localices, o sea, que no cojas el mismo frame, que lo cojas a medias para perder 2 segundos, no 1 minuto. ¿Entiendes lo que te estoy diciendo? Mira, ¿quieres lo que has hecho?
No, I think it's reflection.
You know who is getting how far?
Then we let this continue, of course.
The groups, which group is
Yeah, I think like this and here.
But this is the king.
No, this is the king. This is a bit. So I think like this and then do something. And there's here one more ball. No, we'll stay here.
Estoy intentando arreglarla. Para que no guarde
just
Yeah,
should I call that red spot around here? Yeah, and then down towards the piece of road. I see.
Yes. So we get
O sea, lo estoy moviendo, pero no toda la resolución.
And then you need to try to figure out even destroy the part so that you know. But now we have one. Is this one here? That is moving really, really nice. But okay, but now maybe it's going fast, but
I scan. Yeah.
Basically, we don't want to dangerous go after again. Because now we have, I don't know, so it's moving and it's fun. Let's get a bit longer so we can reach again 140.
And then in our mind, we just multiply that by 3.
Yes,
just for us.
But before we see it. Okay.
Mira, queda perfecta.
Sí, sí, sí. No es nada.
Yeah, they are. Couldn't move them all at all.
Voy a tomar la siguiente y tiro para adelante.
We think every time for the new chance, so like the
Really like gambling.
Yeah, gambling. And next time we will next record will be fine. So now we moved yesterday much.
Yeah, it's not here anymore. Hopefully here.
What is this? We start at 9, we have a break at 11, we come back at 12.
I will put it here first and then take the 100. Okay.
Ahora voy a dar 10 minutos a mandar preguntas para la gente que está en Japón. Su hora.
Pues dicen seguir en cosas de
What? Ya te interrumpo.
Wow. Yeah, you're on the live stream through that camera.
We are getting tired of the day of fresh.
Yeah. Back at the turn.
Oh. Oh.
So because this 71 is already the previous image I made.
Okay.
Is it 71 or
Maybe.
No, there was some crap.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, let's.
No, did you email me?
Do you have to have an account?
Let's say let's not look for adventure.
You can just access. I can send you. Did you send it to
Or I go to sleep and you look for adventures. Extreme conditions. Good luck. No,
This one?
Yeah.
I have to take water and just put
in the microwave, yeah. 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah, in this.
Sí, sí, ya, la uno te digo, creo que no.
Hasta que hemos llegado.
Well, or actually, you can even take this one.
Not to be called the dreckige Fresse.
Yeah, just to check. Okay, so
Not the time anymore.
because we either pick this up and someone else is going to sleep.
Really?
For a while.
I think we picked up our molecule. It was at the end of the line.
You can try a small. Try to drop it back and see.
That became my job.
Yeah. And tea, you can if you don't find it next to the coffee machine, you can find it in one of the boxes under the table with the food.
I mean, we can try 1.6.6.
So you overlap two pictures, right, to figure out the...
Yeah, because the
distance,
guy just disappeared, so I want to figure out where it is. So I move this one. Here it's gone. Right here, I shoot it up. I don't know where it arrived. That's why I'm just
So
checking.
I did a little tip form
where
to
it
see
goes.
if I can drop the
This
molecule.
guy is accounted for.
Yeah.
This one appeared to be this one.
So if you do it, you just took two pictures, you overlap those, and then you draw a line between the two.
But then if we need a proper tip form, we can maybe try coming back here and see what happened.
Una vez ha pasado y no era nada.
And we have to provide a proof that it is that length, right? Because they are announcing and that's work.
Pues la anterior, la que tenía solo los
But again, maybe you can if you're in the same position.
But it was 6.3 angstrom.
If you have a question, just let me
Yeah,
know.
but we thought
Because I
we should
move, so
pull it
I
back.
may remember things that what I did. Not all of it, but maybe.
I don't know whether I missed
Which one? Okay.
in the thesis.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it goes directly.
Tienes que la tomarse dentro del track.
It may have.
Oh, yeah, you took
La
it.
siguiente.
But we can measure it, right?
Yo pensaba que
Yes.
pasábamos aquí.
In that part, you have to, yes.
Esta es la
But
que
I
más
move.
tumba.
I used to show somebody in a row.
This one, this right here. Yes, so this is still here. We have a shadow, okay.
This one goes through there.
Es verdad que 6 horas.
Almost. Okay. S2S, that's fine. It's correct.
Yeah, I mean, I always consistent.
Yes.
touch parts is there. You can make a position to stop and make it. Yeah, stop.
Should I try to put here?
But we will put down. So you can try, but here maybe take another one.
Can you try putting one of these here? Say that this is the molecule of the moving. I mean the location is the same. Or maybe it's magically there now.
What do you think? Can I cross now, or we have to move a little bit up?
I think we still have to go a little bit up. We've been crossing from here down to here.
Right.
Otherwise we have to.
Don't go too far because you go here to the screen. Right, no, we have to do
Yeah,
that.
it is. Or just on the one that is. So that.
No, it's just time I started, I didn't have
This would be my suggestion.
To the back wall?
Yes, please.
La cojo y le mueve You can try directly like this. No. Let's try.
Yes. Yeah, that is mine.
Yeah, first you have to push it a bit.
It's okay.
Minus 1.
0 again.
But if you put it here and then it looks like a molecule. Yeah. 0, okay. So, which way? This way, right? Go up.
Tienes que saberlo tú cuando llegas fuera.
Ahora ya. This didn't work. Okay. I thought we were going to bring it to this track and then.
It's the same track.
So just lodge it just like this.
Me estoy inventando las horas, pero de una manera. Espérate, lo digo. Pero no me has dicho que tengo que tomar otra. Sacar, tomar otra.
Try a bit like this.
Ha sido simplemente el escaneo este.
So I might do one
not
that
this
shows
one,
the times because I've calculated the times. Is it anything?
cannot attend the dinner.
Well, we're going to have to go back to the hotel.
Yeah, it's written nap, but we will sleep.
No. You mean lunch or dinner?
Dinner.
At least kind of beginning to see.
It should be okay.
It's impossible, you know.
You see? Here and here. Oh no, this guy is still here. Is it correct? What happened with this guy? Where is this coming from?
No, left over from the previous run.
¿Estas tres?
Ah, this one was just moving here. It comes back here.
¿Y esta? Es esta.
From a previous.
Here it is mobile. Yes.
Okay.
De retour dans la session nocturne de la NanoCar Race, il est 4h du matin à Toulouse. Durant l'heure précédente, nous avons discuté avec les équipes 5 et 6, donc respectivement de Strasbourg et de l'Ohio, pour qu'elles nous présentent leur voiture, les obstacles qu'elles ont rencontrés, leur stratégie, et qu'elles présentent leur équipe. Et donc, pendant l'heure suivante, nous allons faire de même avec les équipes 3 de Dresden, donc en Allemagne, et l'équipe 2, hispano-suédoise, de Madrid-Linköping. Et nous nous intéresserons enfin à la question du châssis dans une voiture. So hello everybody, it's 4 a.m. in Toulouse and it's getting colder and colder. So previously we spoke with team 5 and 6, so respectively from Strasbourg and Ohio. And in the next hour we are going to discuss and present team 3 from Dresden, Germany and team 2 from Madrid-Linköping between Spain and Sweden. And then we'd get focused on the question of the chassis in a car. So now we are going to visit Team 3. Hello. Can I take the chair? Yeah. Okay. So, you are the team from Dresden. Who does want to speak with me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Donc, nous sommes avec l'équipe 3 de Dresden en Allemagne. So, can you briefly present us the team?
So our team has Francesca, and then Susanna as a pilot, and I'm also one of the drivers. And we also have the chemist who synthesized the car, which is the engineer. That is also coming, but it's because it's already quite late, so they are sleeping. Yes, and yes, we are from Dresden, and yeah.
Donc dans l'équipe, nous avons des conducteurs, des pilotes et des chimistes qui vont synthétiser la molécule. So, how is the race going on for you?
So, actually, at the beginning, we had this, let's say, big technical problem in the lab. So, but within 1 hour, we solved the problem because we have a tip crashing to the gold sample. And then we have to find our new cars and a new track. But we quickly solved the problem. And now I think our best record is 130 nanometers. So I think the biggest challenge for us is the car is somehow moving very fast, but sometimes it's going somewhere that is not expected. Yes.
D'accord, donc la course s'est commencée avec quelques problèmes, mais la voiture a quand même réussi à parcourir 140 nanomètres. Et donc, cette voiture peut aller particulièrement rapidement, mais l'enjeu est de réussir à la maîtriser. So, can you explain us how did you solve the problem?
So we try to do it in a very safe way. We do it really carefully. With each pulse, we look at the signal. So we can look at the current, so the tunneling current signal, and if we see something not normal, we simply stop it and we scan to see what happened. Yes.
Donc pour résoudre les problèmes, l'idée est de procéder étape par étape et de ne pas aller trop vite, et donc de régulièrement scanner pour savoir où est la molécule et comprendre ce qui se passe. Can you perhaps show us a few images to explain the trajectory? Est-ce que vous pouvez nous montrer quelques images pour nous expliquer la trajectoire? And explain us what we see on screen, something like that.
Yes. So here you can see this molecule is our car, and you can see two very distinguishable loops or bumps, which is the wheel, our big wheel. Here is actually it's a long molecule with two sides like a ring, and here we of course follow the rules, which is on the so-called FCC side. You can see all this green dot is actually the pulse position. So that our molecule is nicely going through the tip position when you pulse. Yes, for example, please wait a second. Yes, it's loading. So here is all the dots. We try to lower the amount of images we have to take. This will, of course, be faster for the race. And you can see each of these dots is the pulse, and I think this one is within 2 minutes. We can travel from here to here. So it's actually roughly 20 nanometers. Yes.
Nice. And you spoke a bit about the molecule. Can you explain us how it's designed?
Yes. Do we have the molecule here? We have actually a very nice molecule. Thank you, Suchatana. Yes, here is our molecule.
Donc la molécule, voilà.
Yes. And so if you look carefully, so as I said, from the STM image, you see very big, two very big loops, which is actually these two parts, a very big part. And for us, this is the wheels, and here we have also two small wheels located with the two nitrogen. And actually for us, the secret or the strategy is that we have a so-called charge separation, meaning we have oxygen, which is red here, which is electron-rich part, and here we have a nitrogen part that you have that you can make a strong charge separation. That is very important. We think this is very important for the movement of molecules. Yes.
Okay. And what are the other criteria, the other parameters which are important for the molecule?
The parameters?
Well, what's important for the molecule in order that the molecule can go?
So we think that the charge separation is the most important. So as I said, you have a negative charge here, you have a positive charge here, and it's like and then with the tip pulse, like that. So for example, if you have a tip like that, and you inject the electrons, also depends on the bias, then this will respond to the to the molecules. I mean, the molecule will respond to the tip, and then yes, this would be our basic explanation. Yes.
Voilà, donc le principe de base est que ça repose sur une séparation de charge entre une charge positive et une charge négative. Donc la bouteille représentait la pointe qui en fait va venir exciter la molécule pour la faire avancer et pour la guider. Okay. So what are the next steps for the next hours for you?
So I think we still have roughly how many hours? 8 hours or 9 hours. Yeah, 8 hours. I think we have to somehow break our own record, 130 nanometers. As I said, we had some challenges with the stability of the car because it's moving too fast. But now we are trying to find a clean track, clean path for the molecules, and we also, of course, have to see if so. Actually, on the surface, not all the molecules you see can move because of many reasons. Maybe something is sitting under it, or is somehow is a bit broken because of the preparation. But these are our strategies.
Ok, donc l'objectif pour les prochaines heures est de trouver une nouvelle piste pour recommencer et battre le record de 140 nanomètres. One last question. What's interesting you in that race?
Well, as a scientist, I like to see things which is moving, which is somehow I can control. Of course, it's very fun that with such a small scale of molecule, which is, I don't know, roughly 1 nanometer, we can really control it in a nanometer scale, which is step by step, like what you saw already with the tip pulse, and you can really control it. It's really amazing.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, and good luck for the end of the night.
Thank you.
So now we're moving to team number 2. Donc nous passons à l'équipe numéro 2. Hello. Hi. Who wants to speak with me?
Yeah, but we have to, at the same time, so you take care.
Yeah, okay, it's not a problem. I can wait for answers. Okay, so we are with team number 2. So can you present briefly the team?
Yeah, well, here we are 2 of the drivers. We are 4 in total, plus, the leader, the group leader of the group that is taking care of, dissemination and everything. And the other couple of guys will come in a couple of hours to do the shift. And yeah, we were started really well at the beginning, but then at one point we lose one of the wheels of the car, and then we started again, and again we lost another wheel. And so far, now we are going a bit faster, trying to to recover the time that we have lost. That's what we are doing basically.
Ok, donc il y a eu quelques problèmes de perte de roue en début, et là la voiture avance assez rapidement. Can you explain us a bit what we are seeing on the screen?
Right now this is a zoom out image, so you cannot see much more. But the molecule that we are moving right now is this guy here, this small dot that you can see. So we are following this track up, and at one point we will change the FCC. So we will move to another track and we will come down. That's a bit what we are doing basically, and then up again and down and up and down, and like this till we lose the molecule again. This is kind of our plan.
Every time following a different FCC. I mean, we cannot follow always the same track.
Okay, so you're taking another track?
Yeah, when we finish the path, we jump to another one, crossing through the herringbone, and we restart the path.
Okay, and is that something difficult to cross to another track?
No, this is not difficult. It's that just a couple of times, we lost one of the wheels. We don't know why. I mean, it was not crossing the track or anything. It was randomly, I would say.
It can be a bit more challenging, but it's true that in our case with this molecule, it's kind of easy. But in general, this is a challenge to cross through the herringbone.
But for us, it's fine.
Okay, and can you speak a bit about the molecule?
The molecule itself, I would say that it's much easier than the other molecules. So ours has 70 atoms, 40 are carbon atoms, and 30 are hydrogen atoms. And basically we have like a core that is an anthracene, backbone. Well, this is for chemists and so on. So an anthracene backbone, and then we have 2 phenyl rings and 2 toluene rings. And well, basically, that's it. That's the structure of the molecule.
Okay, and what are the advantages of that molecule? Why?
Well, I would say that is that small, that is easier to handle it, to move it, I would say, with respect to others. So it follows the tip much easier. And also, being that small is much easier to follow the track. If you have a bigger molecule, what would happen is that, well, that you cannot follow that easy.
Okay. You are a team between Spain and Sweden.
Yes.
How are you working together between Spain and Sweden?
Well, basically, all here are Spaniards, so we are all Spanish. Well, one guy from Belgium, and from Sweden is the theoretician. So the guy that did all the calculations and so on is from there. But I don't know why he's not here. Maybe he should be here. I don't know.
He's sleeping.
Yeah, probably yes.
Yeah. Okay, and can you tell us what's really interesting for you in that race?
In the race itself?
Yeah.
Well, do you have something to say?
I mean, of course, it's always nice to meet people from the STM community. I mean, at the end, we kind of know all each other, and always we take advantage of the conference or dissemination activities for meet each other and even speak about other ongoing projects. So, of course, in this sense, it's an advantage for us.
And also for, well, I would say for kids, you know, that they see science so close or in a funny way that you can see like a race, you know, that's also, I think, for me, I think it's the coolest thing of all of this. That just 1 or 2 guys at home can see this and say, oh, science is nice and I would like to do something similar in the future. Yeah.
And in your research, that's useful for you, what you're preparing?
Sorry?
In your research, are the innovations you make for the race with that goal useful for your own research or other fields or research? Yeah.
Yeah, I think at the end, I think it was something really interesting to check. And well, even after the race, we will continue, you know, doing some experiments and so on. So yeah, it was kind of fine.
So that's really nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
And good luck for the end of the race. Et à présent, nous allons passer sur des présentations vidéo suivies d'un débat. So now a few videos and then a debate.
Yeah, but that time the tip was a bit strange. I'm hoping that the tip form can be maybe. Not that the tip is.
Notre rôle, nous, au service mécanique, sur la préparation de la course, ça a été de préparer tout ce qu'il y a autour de la piste en or, en fait, faire le support de la piste et faire ce qui va permettre de pouvoir déposer les molécules au bon endroit sur la piste pour que chaque équipe ait sa section à elle et puisse concourir. Alors à notre échelle, la piste elle est située dans une machine assez importante, assez conséquente, mais si on zoome particulièrement autour de la piste, en fait, on va venir la poser sur une petite plaquette qui a cette dimension-là, hein, à peu près, et si on regarde sur la CAO, en fait, on voit ici, on a une petite pastille d'or qui fait 8 mm qui est placée au centre. D'accord. Donc nous, notre rôle, ça a été de modifier la machine pour pouvoir localement venir mettre la piste et venir mettre devant un masque qu'on va afficher ici, sur lequel on va percer différents trous, un trou pour chaque équipe pour qu'ils puissent déposer chacun leurs molécules au bon endroit et avoir leur sélection de pistes pour chaque concurrent en fait. Voilà. Donc je vais recacher la plaquette. Cette surface là pour l'instant est par hélice, mais c'est vrai que si on zoome un petit peu plus fort, à l'échelle quasiment atomique, à l'échelle des molécules, en fait on voit la piste qui a cette allure là. D'accord. Donc ça a été réalisé grâce à des données récupérées avec le microscope STM. On a récupéré un nuage de points. Par ce nuage de points, on est venu faire passer une surface qui représente la surface d'or. Et en fait, on voit que les molécules vont pouvoir, en fait, ici, venir se déplacer dans les sillons de la surface. Voilà. Donc chaque concurrent pourra choisir une molécule qui sera placée au bon endroit et la faire avancer le long d'un sillon. Et celui qui ira le plus loin remportera la course. Sur cette partie-là, purement du support de pointe, ça a été quelques semaines de travail, d'adaptation, voilà, de prise d'informations, de cotes et de dessin, et puis après de réalisation de pièces sur les machines qu'on a ici au laboratoire.
So we're back in the studio now. In the last punchline session, we discussed the wheels, paddles, and legs and feet. The subject of this debate is the chassis itself, and these two gentlemen are very kindly going to talk to me about chassis, I hope.
The chassis. Yes, for us the chassis was very important because at first, when we registered it to the NanoCar race, there was also a race. You can travel on the surface with water or methanol or something like that. So we thought a chassis, we can connect water or methanol or ethanol, alcohol on it. So with this metal, we can connect. But then we were the only one to register in this category. So there is no race. But the chassis is important for this. You can travel on the surface with another molecule on the molecule. Ah oui, oui, je peux le dire en français. Ben, pour nous, le châssis était très important parce qu'en fait, on voulait pouvoir transporter soit des molécules d'eau, soit des molécules d'alcool sur la surface. Parce qu'il y avait une catégorie de la course où on pouvait s'inscrire un peu comme la course des garçons de café. Je n'ai pas pu l'expliquer en anglais, mais en fait, la course des garçons de café, c'est ces gens qui couraient avec un verre d'eau et il ne fallait pas qu'ils renversent le verre d'eau. Et donc, sur la surface, on pouvait se balader avec une molécule d'eau accrochée sur la molécule et il fallait qu'on la garde jusqu'au bout de la course. Donc c'est pour ça qu'on avait le châssis. Mais le châssis, ça peut être aussi utilisé pour transporter d'autres choses, transporter des médicaments, transporter des matériaux pour les amener d'un endroit à un autre sur la surface.
Just to, he added a few things to his remarks there. One of the things is you can use the chassis to transport things. You could transport drugs, medicinal drugs or whatever. So it's an interesting aspect of the chassis. And John, perhaps you could.
Yeah, well, from our point of view, we're thinking rather more about how to construct the molecule. So traditionally, automobile chassis, you have the basic chassis, and then you assemble the rest of the car onto that. So from this point of view, when we do the synthesis, we have, in this case, we have a porphyrin as the chassis, also you do. So we have this group here, which is rather well developed synthetically, and we can use a lot of different chemical techniques to introduce different substituents as.
Donc, de notre point de vue, on a regardé de la perspective d'une voiture. Donc, avec une voiture, on a le châssis et on attache les autres éléments au châssis. Donc, nous, on a commencé avec le châssis, c'était porphyre. Porphyrin, was it?
Porphyrin, yes.
Porphyrin, comme la molécule de base. Et c'est le cas avec votre.
On a tous les deux le même châssis en fait. Le cœur, c'est une porphyrine. Alors la porphyrine, c'est très connu. C'est le noyau qui sert de chlorophylle, par exemple, pour faire la photosynthèse. C'est le noyau qui sert à transporter l'oxygène dans le corps. L'hémoglobine, c'est aussi un noyau porphyrine. Donc on peut faire plein de choses avec. Et donc, comme il l'a dit, on a tous les deux connecté quelque chose qui ressemble à des roues. Alors nous, elles sont beaucoup plus grosses que par rapport à l'équipe japonaise. Et puis on a des groupements pour pouvoir adresser la molécule, pour pouvoir lui parler avec le courant électrique pour la bouger sur la surface. C'est une plateforme très intéressante parce qu'on peut comme ça rajouter des groupes tout autour, comme des Lego. On va agencer les groupements pour que ça bouge.
D'accord. Donc, so you're saying the porphyrin is very widespread in this kind of use because it's extremely adaptable and serves as a basis for an awful lot of other things that can be attached to it.
Yeah, and I think the other thing in the context of this race is that we were discussing attaching wheels to the chassis or something like this, but most of the cars, I think, are not really operating like this. They're sliding, or there's not really any mechanical rotation as in traditional wheels.
Yes, rotation of wheels are not necessary. So we are technomimetic. We compare some fragments to wheels. So for example, for us, we have these wheels. So quite a long time ago, we described the rotation of this fragment on the surface. So this fragment can rotate on the surface. But for this nanocar, we don't need to have this fragment rotating, just sliding on the surface. But this is very important for us because this is the way we can detect very easily the molecule, because these two wheels have a very specific signature. We have two bright spots on the surface.
D'accord, donc en fait, quand on parle de roues, ce n'est pas vraiment des roues au sens qu'on comprend d'habitude, parce qu'en fait, le mouvement d'une molécule sur la surface, c'est plutôt un glissement. Mais l'existence de ces roues donne un signal qui permet très facilement de détecter la molécule.
Voilà, c'est des fragments qu'on connaît bien en fait. Donc on sait vraiment bien les imager, les détecter.
So the fragments that are well known and can be easily imaged and detected.
Yeah, so for our system, we have a little bit of different chemistry going on. So you have very non-planar compound. But we actually make a compound that's not dissimilar from that. And our last step is on the surface, to do the synthesis on the surface. And we use the special technique, just heating it. And it changes the morphology of the molecule from something quite similar to this to something, in our case, which is very flat. And this gives us the speed that we want in such a nanocar race on the surface. So it becomes very slippery. It can move very quickly on the surface.
Donc dans notre approche, en fait, on fait un traitement à la surface elle-même qui rend la molécule très plate. Et comme ça, c'est beaucoup plus facile à la bouger sur la surface.
En plus, il utilise des fluors, donc c'est un peu comme du téflon, like Teflon. So this is a very good groups to slide on the surface.
Yeah, exactly. Well, usually it's like this, but sometimes we have some problem. They look like little wheels, but actually they can cause some problem with some chemistry going on, and then the molecule is broken or something like this. So we have to be a little bit careful.
Donc on doit faire attention parce que ces bouts en verre qu'on voit qui ressemblent à des roues, il y a un problème chimique là et qui peut parfois créer des problèmes et casser la molécule.
Donc la plupart des équipes en fait ont une approche technomimétique. Ça ressemble à des voitures, sauf que le parallèle qu'on fait entre des voitures du monde qui nous entoure et ces nano-voitures, on parle de groupes qui sont des roues, mais en fait elles ne tournent pas. On va dire on a un châssis, mais en même temps ces châssis ne sont pas si rigides que ça. C'est pas rigide comme des voitures du monde macroscopique. Donc on fait un raccourci pour faire comprendre en quoi c'est des nano-voitures. Mais en fait, toutes les parties ont des propriétés très différentes sur la surface.
So though we talk about nanocars and we talk about wheels and chassis, in fact, they have very different properties from the macroscopic world. And the main purpose of our design is to ensure that they can move smoothly across the surface that we use for our race.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we have very weak forces between the molecule and the surface. And this is exactly the opposite of what's happening in the macro scale world, where you have to have the wheel to allow the motion. But in the nanoscale world, you have different set of rules for the motility.
Donc en fait, c'est un peu à l'inverse par rapport au monde macroscopique, parce que dans le monde macroscopique, on veut des forces très fortes entre la surface et le véhicule. Ici, par contre, il faut des forces très faibles pour permettre à la molécule de bouger à travers la surface.
You have some more comment?
I think we agree on this technomimetic. Maybe some other teams have different views. We don't need to have this technomimetic approach, etc. But both Japanese team, because my team is also half Japanese, we have a similar approach. What is the color of your molecule?
This is, with the copper in, it's bright pink.
Pink?
In the powder state, of course.
So, because you're coming to the pink city, Toulouse is known as the pink city.
Yeah, because of terracotta, right?
Donc la couleur de la molécule de cette équipe, c'est rose. Et on dit que c'est peut-être parce que c'est à cause du cuivre qu'il y a. Mais on est bien dans la ville rose ici à Toulouse, donc c'est bien.
Nous, elle est bleue.
Ah.
Bleu. Ouais, bleu.
Allez, les bleus.
Bleu avec des reflets verts irisés, c'est très joli.
Which metal have you got in there?
On a un échantillon là.
Oh, okay.
Ah, so Toulouse team is blue.
Bleu. Et quand c'est très fin, ça apparaît vert. Joli, hein?
Yeah.
Ouais.
Sorry, I didn't think to bring a sample, so maybe I get caught at customs.
To travel with sample is not easy now.
Not very good idea, yeah.
Good point. Well, thank you very much. That's been very instructive for me. I'm learning, I'm on a very, very steep learning curve. But I'm learning a lot, so thanks very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We try to run to... Japan is very far, so we try to approach them now.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Really? Part of the stuff they did in Cleveland?
And that's what Max said. But exchange few words, probably yes. That I could believe.
I mean, we have to do another 100 nanometer anyway.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I never liked starter.
Yeah. Here's one coming up. Yeah. This one is a bit hopeful if I can. Not on the king. Yeah. The third. I mean, let's first try to see if this will move. I will test once to maybe bring it down.
Yeah, but it's also many. That was cleverest.
This is strange.
Une sorte qu'à dire Amir et ça.
In order to be serious, o service de la France.
No tengo ninguna hora pendiente, ¿no?
It's a really nice one. It's like in this style, but done now.
No, I was...
Au service de la France.
Okay.
So it's like a spy movie that is taking
I
place.
can try pushing this
Serious?
French,
Yeah, French.
but
And
usually at these parameters
it's like
like
60s, so it's the moment that Algeria gets separated.
So it's not OSS.
No, but it's apparently a bit like that. I've never seen OSS in this area.
So it's second degree, they make fun of the racism of the French. That's OSS, essentially. And not only racism.
You can use the summation. Okay. Click all the range and click summit without the beginning. 1, 2,
pivot to quickly now. Go and pivot to Dr. Mason. And make it move it, save it. That's why we need to provide that. It doesn't have to be beautiful, it's just moving.
Maybe we can go somewhere here.
Because the large This is the guy that make the hunter. But they made song also, and the song are really fun.
There's one
But you have to understand the
I don't know where
lyrics.
this is right now. Because there's a
So here they complain about taxes.
I can try
So
another
of course
very
taxes
gentle
are them tires.
one. We'll see if it's beautiful or not.
Ja, dat je een vraag op de compartment. Ja, van China. Op de compartment.
Yeah, it's a bit unlikely that these are not
Lekker boos.
I think we can
La preparación creo que era muy antes estábamos checando.
smaller than this one.
No, pero porque me he movido ahora solo está la mitad.
I mean, I can try with this tip pushing.
No son dos de 100% porque había hecho bastante. Son 275, ¿sabes? De hecho es la siguiente del 30% y ya la siguiente del 5%.
Non, parce que vous dites Bourdon, quand ils sont sur les vampires.
And then
On dit, ah bah c'est une super idée, je fais sur les vampires.
very easy to got this time.
Yeah, okay, this one has changed a lot.
C'était sur un film. Et les ménages, il va le savoir perdre. Son deux sketchs en genre. Lui, c'est. Celui-là, je l'ai aussi dans l'évolution. Pour les bateaux.
You recognize it, I know what the really a while ago. When I started, the whole thing started. I thought we can be careful. But it works well. I thought we go because we prefer high values.
Yeah, right now I went to 3 volt and 22 angstrom. Maybe we can go a bit higher. Oh no, this one so far we haven't. Okay, this doesn't seem to be ideal.
We're at nearly 760. Yeah, we look nearly at the
Yeah, but now I don't know if this will all come to the table.
You will tell the numbers, but I mean, you are doing the same thing. I give you the
This looks
second
like
one,
an apparent
another
back
batch.
table. Let's try.
Yeah, whichever is higher.
Sometimes it works.
I'm working on the third one.
Doing
Need a little bit.
yes. This is not working. I will go for a harsher deform. I can go a bit deep.
So your second one wasn't much slower than
It's constructed like that. That's the only way to go through this.
Yeah, we shed something from the tip, which usually here looks not so bad.
Si ves que vas a saturar, pues paras y intentas hacer lo mismo cambiando el valle. No vayas chiquitos. Primeras y si no negativas.
Yeah, but you see, this one is also a bit weird looking.
A ver, baja el valle.
This one.
No, da igual. En valores absolutos, independientes de cero. Bastante peso que haya soltado.
Sí, un capón.
Here now. So here we have a bit of dirty tracks, but some molecules. Here we have this guy and yeah, here we don't have. Zoom it somewhere there. Give it a bit of space because the tip changed a bit.
Photocopie qui revient Non, mais ce que j'aime, c'est l'histoire. Quelque chose à dire. Il manque. Sur le zone petit, tu vois, mais comme il y a plus dans une chaîne.
Super support.
Yeah, but now, yeah, just to change a bit.
Ils aiment bien des fonds mauvais qui étaient pas très mal. Non, mais les gens, ils ont... Bah, il y en a qui étaient mal. J'ai bien vu que avant la saison de... Parce que une fois, c'était pas des couilles.
No, I'm not sure.
Ah oui, we should say on last time.
I mean, like, of course,
the NanoCar race, it didn't move at all. So we are actually...
For the DMP, I insist on sure.
No, actually what happened is that I made the molecule for another purpose, right? And then it was 27 years after it synthesis. Can you imagine? So get it, you know?
Last one was 81. Just there's another 7.
programmer people very maker. He basically took his drawer.
But you really synthesized that just look like a okay, so it was made for STEM.
Yes, it was made for STEM. But not for a race.
Ah, okay.
Otra vez, todo el rato. ¿No quieres llegar hasta arriba a ver si hemos soltado algo?
I must confess that I
¿Cómo se vas a saber ya cuál es tu tendencia?
Esta no me hace falta. Esto ya. Entonces me da igual.
17 hours.
Yeah, you've done 17 hours.
Oh, I'm crazy. In my life, I scanned only once 70 hours. That was the case. I did atom manipulation at room temperature. Due to the summer heat, I had to stay. But that's only the case.
You're doing 45 nanometers an hour.
Oh, it's getting better. I think it's getting better.
Can we go for
This hope in your voice.
No,
It's getting better. It's getting better.
It's getting better. Yeah.
You thought we were only going to do 45 nanometers in the whole day?
Great.
You're doing that an hour?
Eventually you understood.
what we're all expecting.
I expect to get another earthquake soon.
Subsequent
So I can sleep.
¿Sabes qué algo tenemos? Porque como que la colcha no ve.
We are not young.
No, it's many things.
Well, I mean, we can finish, eh? Just leave it.
But there is not 3 beds anyway. I can sleep in the sofa.
No, but there is one. Because here, do you see the guest?
Oh. So we need a K-way. It's rust again.
Even in Italian.
Yeah, sorry.
It's weird though, because we still have control.
Oh, he's gone.
No, here's the thing. We can do
What's this like a
Yes, maybe this one here, there.
very close.
Okay, this is good.
The breathing. K-way in the law or not? It's already 1 o'clock.
I got
This is the problem with I heard. Everybody heard something, they heard something. This guy, we have GDR meeting in Zoom, and he's smoking his electricity. Can you still do that?
This is strange, but this guy is at least the shadow is
Four.
Yeah, he we also got same number as you. Yeah, independently. Good. Let's see where I am now. Okay. What are you looking for?
The movie.
Ah.
Savings.
Maybe it's because of very big. Then don't make a movie. Just give the file.
Yeah,
And
just
then,
give me the file and I'll trade the next one.
I think we try to be put there.
Yeah. Super accurate there. 61 inches.
And I have the next one ready. Working on the next one. That is a little complicated. I need to go back to.
Porque la sociedad arrastrando, majo. Yo te decía que perdías la residencia.
I don't know, I'm getting lost a little bit. Let's go to the VM.
Yeah, it's strange. Presumably, if we click the
Movie, you don't have to make with every single one to add the movie. To give the file as a to record. Movie you can shorten.
Yes. I saw somebody in the house because he tried to move house.
Movie is like you can shorten, make a real big movement you add and good movement. Now you should.
Something happened here. It's always changing these.
The last, the new button at a certain point was not there before, and then it was vertical manipulation. Yeah, we made this extra button just to, yeah, in this case,
I mean, it's
we
easy.
do vertical manipulation. So we do it forward, separate them.
I think I use it at the beginning.
I think you don't need maybe.
No. There is a cut.
Esto no, creo que no. Vale, las dos estaba en clase de manera, la otra está ahí y la que estaba ahí,
No,
la no está, traela de vuelta.
Can I?
Traela de vuelta y busca una estrategia con estratégicamente.
Don't move more. No. Try one more, but it looks like it's not that good. It's doing something.
Tell me what is the last file that you have.
Creo que es que ahora nos decía.
1910
Yo creo que sí.
1910-36. Oh, as long as 22. So
No tenemos de ahora, yo creo.
1910-36.
Podrías intentar coger una. Estás hasta el coño.
1036.
I'm thinking for Toulouse, the master student. Deposit this on salt. This on salt. What are you doing?
Okay. Not all of them are single sequence, but we have to show you. You just put it and then I will ask me when you have a question.
Did you like go
I move guy. Or this guy is going there.
This is downward.
This is going to the whole time. Now stop. Want to try it? Who's this guy? Okay, then I will just be more. Good. Let's see.
This one, right?
Why the color is so high? I want to try this guy because he's not
Like, don't care about the current 250 millivolts.
No, okay, this guy can forget. But maybe this guy.
Oh, okay.
There's another rescue. Not there, of course, huh? This is a good. Maybe not. No, yeah, let's find a new one. I would say that's fine. I think it's the same. It's the same hole. I think it's the same hole. Do we want to try something new?
Let's see.
If we go there.
It's still working.
No. Let's try there. Let's try there. Use tremendous stuff. No. Just see. I think this one I keep. Which speed do you use for the last one?
Tenemos alguna punta sin ningún tipo de duda. Si no. ¿Quieres volver a ver con Open?
This is nice. Like this, you have a funny one there.
Yeah,
Let's
there
see.
was a solvent there.
And DMP are there.
No, can you just put it again, because I think something I probably overrode. I saved mine on top of it, so I think I destroy your. You just call it immediately. That will help.
So definitely we did start on,
Is it coming as a surprise? Okay.
So as long as we just keep recording
Some mobile stuff here is also mobile.
If we do the once more, we will reach to the 1 micro.
So you've got 7 hours, and your last lap took 7 hours and 2 minutes.
We still have 7 hours.
Decirle a uno
No, 6 hours. That's it.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So nano.
You actually need to do less than 1 nano because you've done 7.
Oh, now I can do your 1 nanometer.
355. So it's nice round.
NanoCar Race, Microscope.
You see, you're getting excited. It's moving. It's moving. It's like setting your own little goals. It's like setting our own little targets. Like this morning was just to get it to turn the corner. Now it's trying to get the microns.
Llevarla para la izquierda y la tienes.
Yeah, that would make sense.
La verdad es que se comporta exactamente igual que el
Bonjour tout le monde, il est 5h du matin à Toulouse. Nous n'avons jamais été aussi proches de la fin de la session de nuit et par extension de la course. Alors à l'heure précédente, nous avons présenté les équipes numéro 2 et numéro 3. Pas de présentation d'équipe pour l'heure à venir, mais plutôt la rediffusion des règles de la course, des différentes trajectoires en l'état dans lesquelles elles étaient à minuit, assorties des commentaires qu'a fait chaque équipe sur la trajectoire et d'une vidéo pour expliquer comment construire une nano-voiture. So hello to everybody, it's 5 a.m. in Toulouse, and that's an achievement. So last hour we presented team number 2 and number 3, and next hour we are not going to present another team, but we're going to see again the rules of the race and the different trajectories of each team with a comment they made around midnight. And then we'll see a video to explain how to build a nanocar. Can't wait. Mais avant ça, nous allons faire un tour de la salle pour capturer l'atmosphère laborieuse à 5h du matin. So now let's have a look on the exhausted atmosphere in La Boule.
It should be here. So
O sea, no la voy a guardar. O sea, voy haciendo aún no terminado.
Ya ver esto. ¿Te has dicho algo?
Está siendo un poco accidentado.
¿Qué te dice?
Dice, eso lo cambié en un momento y lo hemos leído al revés, porque él pensaba que lo había dicho. No está siendo...
It didn't survive? It did not survive? It did. It looks strange. Because it moved. Why does it still move? Because you have 10 people. It starts to look weird still. Now that it's much harder to have a stable image. We can fix it, huh?
This one?
This one? I was thinking this one. It's also moving already, so I would go there first. And then here you have a lot, quite a lot. I think maybe the tip. This area. Okay. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Soy diferente? En fait, les 3 navettes, ils sont...
Es la magia de la Navidad.
Sur le dos, mais... Sur la plateforme, non? Non, c'est sur le dos. Ah, c'est bien.
c'est le tout. C'est les ronds qui sont polaires. Non, non, c'est les ronds qui sont polaires.
No, ya ha pasado de todo. Esta noche. Con 4 ya no tengas miedo, la chica.
Peut-être aussi, je l'ai vu. Looks like
A lo mejor la señal que lo sueltes viene con...
c'est super. What do we do? What do we do? Follow me. Et ensuite, tu touches ça, tu pars par là. C'est vrai.
T'as besoin de nous pour faire des conneries.
Non, moi je sais plus où c'était. Non, je pense que c'était là. Ah, mais c'était là, non? Je vais te faire.
Qu'est-ce que tu veux faire? Je suis vraiment. I don't know what I want to do.
I don't know what to do actually.
Évidemment, là, tu me dis.
Imagine next year, next race.
Next year.
Became much better. Because I never trained so much. It's a very intense training now. Not only because it's more, but because getting it
Try to see if it is somehow controllable. If he's moving crazy. I would say scan.
Cada vez tiene más forma de coche. Pero la queremos igual. Y vamos un poco de ese lado.
It's actually car 8
So I have my pointer here, which is normally circulating, but you don't see it. So I will follow the rule step by step. It will be faster. First of all the teams will be running on this type of surfaces, which is a gold surface. Donc toutes les équipes vont travailler sur ce genre de surface. Cette surface va être introduite dans un microscope à effet tunnel. So it's an increment microscope. There are 8 machines like that over the world. If you zoom in inside, si vous regardez à l'intérieur, vous avez ici en fait le petit microscope, qui est la tête du microscope, est à l'intérieur de ce petit cryostat pour le refroidir. On vous l'écrira entièrement si vous êtes à l'antenne, on vous l'écrira entièrement pendant toute cette période-là. Ensuite, si vous regardez en détail l'intérieur, vous regardez que vous avez la petite pastille d'or, the small gold sample which is there. And if you zoom in again, juste un artistic view, vous avez la petite pointe du microscope ici, que vous voyez, je ne sais pas où il est passé, la petite pointe du microscope qui va aboutir sur cette petite surface d'or que l'on va balayer. Voilà. Donc pour faire ceci, pour faire une image de microscope à effet tunnel, dont le fonctionnement vous sera expliqué dans la journée en direct, you have normally to plug directly the wire here, you see the wiring, to the surface and to make a tuning current. The very important part of the competition is that you have 8 microscopes over the world that you see here, and all those 8 microscopes are wired to the ball you see behind, which is the unique place in the world, and they are all connected to their molecule directly from Toulouse. And this is, for example, one example for 2 teams, Japan et Ohio, qui en fait contrôlent leur machine directement. Maintenant, sur cette pastille d'or, pour vous expliquer les règles de la course, nous allons faire une image assez large. On voit toutes les marches en surface de l'or. Si vous faites un petit zoom ici, vous avez les petites circulations d'or. Je vais essayer de vous le montrer directement ici avec le pointeur. Si le pointeur veut bien se montrer, if the pointer wants to show up, the pointer is not showing up at all. So what I will do, if I move, thank you, John, yeah, really good for me. No pointer at all. Ah, on le voit. Mais moi, je ne le vois pas. We don't see it. Okay, I will do something else for the pointer if I can. I will do this point here. I'm sure now you see it. And so you have the pointer here, and this will be the track for each team. I will show you in a minute what they have to do along the track. They will put a molecule and circulate around here. For those which are interested, et pour ceux qui sont intéressés par les atomes, si vous faites un petit zoom sur cette surface-là, on va rezoomer ici, vous allez voir tous les atomes apparaître. Voilà. Donc on est vraiment à l'échelle atomique, et chaque équipe, each team, will have his own track, and they have to select the best track for their run. I select 4 teams here, but you can have 5, 6, or whatever. You have 8 teams altogether. And so now for the rule of the race is quite very easy. If you are here, you decide a path, you select one track. So vous choisissez un parcours, vous partez ici, vous allez amener une molécule, et après on commence à compter, we're going to count the number of straight line et le nombre en fait ici de virages que vous allez faire. Alors bien sûr, là j'ai fait un petit exemple avec 2 virages et une arrivée, mais ça peut aller, s'ils vont très vite, ils peuvent en faire 5, 6, 10, on comptera le meilleur. Après, on voit directement le timing. Si par exemple à 11h10, la molécule est ici, ils vont avancer petit à petit, hein, petit à petit, pof, 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 et on va voir s'ils vont aussi vite que je vais, vite. We are going to see all together if they go very fast or not, reaching the rule. And after, we will have the ranking at the end of the race, presented like that. And the ranking, like this one here, that you see here, will be presented to you, intermediate, about 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 11, and so on and so forth. So this will be all the ranking will be now going on. And